Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. Hurry up and buy. I want to see if it's working yet. Copy video URL. Let's see, we're going to share this. Oh, look, it's working. Perfecto. So we got the endless tunnel vision. Copy video URL. Okay, so it's working. We are live, guys. We're beginning early. Most streamers start late. We start early. Yeah, better work ethic than those other streamers, that's for sure. You know? We are live. We are live, guys. You might even get to see me get abducted by aliens tonight on stream because there's some fucking weird lights outside. They might abduct me live on stream. It'd be cool if we made contact with an alien race on this live stream. If JordanJJereb of all people was the first person to ever have an alien join him on live stream, that'd be pretty cool. You know, that'd be pretty based, I think. Just make sure, guys, please get the live link out. I can't do all this myself. I need my fans to get this link out. Here, we'll get this tunnel vision off the stream. I just wanted to make sure it was working. Let me make sure one more time. Just make sure. Okay. I can hear myself. That's how I test it. This is kind of a low budget operation, and I'll probably keep it that way for as long as possible. Even if I start making tons of money. Look, you know how they say midwits like overthink things? I don't want to be that person. So from now until the end of my life, I will be using OBS Studio or something similar to that to basically do these streams because there's no reason to overthink it. I'll be right back though. Let me make sure we have better lighting. So yeah, we are starting the stream early, and this is part of the reason I start these streams early. It's part of the reason I do it. There's a lot of reasons I do it, but this is part of the reason. Hold on, guys. Hold on. We will have this set up to where it's not retarded momentarily. I will be answering questions tonight. About the fire rises or whatever the hell that you guys want to talk about. You know? The fire rises. The fire rises. Whatever the hell that you guys want to talk about. You know? The fire rises. Hello there, Slingshot Warrior. The fire rises, Slingshot Warrior. Yes. Yes. How many people do we have in the chat today? The chat counter is not saying how many people we have in the chat today. It's not telling us. Normally it would tell us. Yes. I got some news for you guys. Once more people join. I'm going to tell you the problem. Nobody's in here because I scheduled it for 9:30. But I'm such a good streamer that I start the stream early, whereas everybody else starts it late. So we're actually waiting for other people to join. For those that are not, starting yet, let's see who our top fans are. I think Slingshot Warrior might be the only person in here now. No, okay, we got three. We got three people. We're going to wait till this fills out a little more. Guys, please let everybody know on Discord and Telegram that the fire rises.
The fire rises. Please tell everybody on Discord, in Telegram. Let them know that the fire rises.
Yeah, we could talk about flamethrowers, but I wanted to talk about open carry. And Slingshot, if you want to come on, you can call me on Telegram, and we'll put you on, like we did last time, if that's what you want to do. But Florida's an open carry state now, so I wanted to talk about that tonight. What's up, Jordan? Just discovered your channel yesterday. You definitely have a lot more lore than I expected. Sending love from the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man. Is that the British Isle? I'm sorry. I'm having an ignorant American moment. Where's the Isle of Man? I don't know where that is. Is that like the British Isles, or is that like over near the Strait of Gibraltar, or like I'm having like a dumb American moment. I honestly don't know where that is. Scotland? Is that where that is?
The fire rises.
Hey, if you want to be on video, you got to call me on video chat on the... Oh, actually, I don't think we could do that. I think it's got to be audio. It's got to be audio for me and video for you, for us to use Telegram. So, if anybody has any questions about
the fire rises,
let me know. Listen, my Florida people, okay? Listen to my Florida people. We are an open carry state now. And so I think what's going to happen on the 25th is I'm going to open carry like an airsoft gun, because I can legally have that as a felon. And technically, because it's not a firearm, I could already legally carry it anyway. But I think I'm going to do it just to, hey. What's going on?
Hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
Doing pretty well.
Well, back by popular demand, I heard a lot of your followers that they liked me when I went on panel, so I decided to come back.
The fire rises.
Well, I mean, yeah, we could have you on panel, and anybody else that wants to kind of call in, if they have something good to talk about, then we could let them in. But yeah, specifically, okay. What do you know about flamethrowers? Like,
and you can't get it in my state because it can't be shipped to my state.
If you have a flamethrower, hold on, I think the feed is actually fucked up here. You're good. It's just it's OBS that's fucking up. Okay, there we go. It looks like we're back. Hold on one second.
There is, and you can't get it in my state. It can't be shipped.
I'm listening to the audio and I'm making sure. Isle of Man is between UK and Ireland. We are the most famous for holding the TT, which is the most dangerous motorcycle race in the world. Oh, okay. All right. So, what do you think about Florida's open carry? The Florida Supreme Court caught. Okay, so the Florida Supreme Court shot down the ban on open carry because they said it was unconstitutional. And so, like, that's super based. Because, like, now we can...
Definitely.
Florida's like the new Texas now. Florida's wild fucking west now. Like, Florida's the place to be. If you want lax gun laws, Florida's the place to be now. We got, like, no gun laws now. We're an open carry state starting on the 25th, and the sheriffs are already saying they're not going to enforce it. You know? I fucking played becoming a felon. I fucking played. If I had known it was going to be this cool, I probably would have... not gotten involved with political activism,
Oh, yeah, definitely. But, even a felon can...
Hold on one second.
You have a less lethal launcher. Have you ever looked into the Cuban GK1?
Hello, this
Hold on
is
one
a call
second.
from...
You hear me?
It's a Ray.
Yeah, I can hear you.
An inmate at a Florida Department of Corrections institution.
You won't be able to hear
To
her,
hear
but I'm
your
going to see if we
payment
can...
options, press 0.
Oh, okay.
To
I gotta
refuse
fill it
this
up
call...
Yeah, I'm out of money on Securus. I was going to try to bring one of the girls that was calling me from prison on the stream with us, but I'm out of money on my Securus account.
Oh, it's okay. Everything. It's perfectly fine.
We got
Yeah. Thanks
Sabrina.
to you, I've been talking
Sabrina
to a few of them.
GP is in the chat. Thomas Jefferson's in the chat. God, we got Thomas Jefferson in the chat.
I sent some links out to some people I know too.
All right. What do you think about Thomas Jefferson? He's in the chat.
Who is he? I know the man, that the historical figure.
This is the same guy. He's in the chat. It's the same exact
Awesome.
guy. Obviously, aliens took his body and cryogenically froze him. Thomas Jefferson, what do you think about? Do you endorse me for sheriff? I want to know that. I want to know if Thomas. Listen, if I can literally say that Thomas Jefferson endorses me for sheriff, guys, check it out real quick. This is what I got to put up with. I got these women calling me all day. They don't know I'm out of money.
This is a call from
Desiree.
It's not even the same
An
Desiree.
inmate at a
This is
Florida
different girl
Department
named
of
Desiree.
Corrections institution.
to hear your payment.
There's no money in there. This is literally a different girl named Desiree. Like, I got all these women from prison calling me like I'm famous in the women's prison system. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've noticed. Because of you, I've been pretty popular with the ladies in the prison system too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy how, like, back when I was with Republic of Florida Militia, when we sent literature in there, that's what got them all. I was on the pamphlets and stuff. And so you got girls in there that say that they know me, and they spin all sorts of stories about me and shit.
Oh yeah.
And so it's like the legend is taken on itself. Like, the women in prison think I'm way cooler than I actually am, because there's all these urban legend stories about me in there that aren't even true, right? And that's the thing. Like, I've done a lot of badass things, but it gets spun to be way cooler than it actually is. Like, you ever heard somebody go on a fishing trip? And
it's kind of like
the fish was this big, but the story ends up being like the fish was Moby Dick or something. Like, that's
it's
how
kind
it
of like
is.
when I was talking to it's kind of like when I was talking to a person who was there that night when I got my slingshot warrior. I told you that story, right? I was talking to somebody who was actually there that night when
So
I shot.
You were in like an apartment in a bad neighborhood, right?
Well, it was behind a parking lot. It wasn't necessarily a bad neighborhood, but but basically it was a street fight. And he said, "Well, you hit that guy in the Adam's apple from 100 yards." I'm like, "There's no way I could do that. No slingshot cannot. It doesn't have a range of 100 yards."
And so it was just like a lucky hit. It was just like a lucky break.
Yeah.
But the reputation you can get from a lucky break, and I've had a few of those myself. Like, I've had some people that I fought in prison that were big, tough guys, and I thought they were going to clobber me, but they just happened to, like, slip because there was fucking water on the floor. So, I mean, like, that, sometimes, some people believe in a higher power, sometimes it feels like a higher power is just watching me, because there's been times when there's no way I should have came out on top, but the other person would just slip. By the way, Thomas Jefferson's in the chat, and he says, "This is the real Thomas Jefferson," and he endorses me for sheriff. Take that, Jared Miller. You have Thomas Jefferson endorsing you? I think not. You know what I mean? Look, I'm going to put on my campaign ads that I'm literally endorsed by Thomas Jefferson, and I have proof. It's in the chat.
Well, that being said, I asked about flamethrowers, and there is a flamethrower you can get. I can't be shipped to my state.
Okay.
But there's a handheld flamethrower that's like a little, like a sub. It's almost like a submachine gun. You don't require a pack. It's electric, and with a mix of the fluids, man. And this thing will just burn. I've seen my friend DK Spencer. Now I'll look him up. DK Spencer put like a PCP air rifle, like connected to a PCP air rifle, where he would shoot the PCP air rifle like a Hudson Blitz, and then when he's done, he would go to the bottom and shoot that flamethrower. I mean,
That's
anyone
cool.
can get one. If it wasn't for the fact it can't be shipped to my state, I'd have one.
Bilbo, Bilbo, what's going on, man? We got a guy named Bilbo in the chat.
How you doing, Bilbo?
Bilbo. Is that one of your guys? One of your subscribers?
I think so. I know that the lady uh, uh, I know the one I sent to your
He might be one of mine.
Bree.
Bilbo sounds like one of mine. If it's something like Bilbo or Koo Jiller or Nate Higgers or something like that, it's usually one of mine.
Yeah,
Usually those are mine.
I forget
Usually
names.
that's my
Sorry.
subscribers. Names like that.
Forgive me too. I know your name, honey, but I forgot. Sorry, I know who you are, but just I can't remember always names all the time. Her name is
Bilbo.
but there's a lady in the chat that's from that subscribed to you because of me.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
Sabrina? Yeah.
Sabrina,
I've seen
yeah,
Sabrina.
Sabrina.
Yeah, I've seen Sabrina in your chats.
Great lady, great lady.
Yeah.
I get a lot. Here's the
I'm
thing.
trying to think. What's the girl that was always in my chat that we don't see her that much anymore? Forgot her name. Anyway.
Well, the thing is, I kept my promise to you. I'm not going to say, but I made a promise to you that I would endorse you in my channel, and I did. You know what I mean? I have made it short for you. Yeah.
Disgruntled. We got Disgruntled in the chat. We got John in the chat. We got let's see who it says the top fans are. Hey guys, I've built a bad habit of being humble and saying that don't send me super chats. That ends today, okay? Today, for the first time ever, I'm not going to say you have to send me super chats, but I'm no longer going to be like, don't send me super chats. That shit was cuck. That was some cuck shit. So, because I look at Focus Trip and he's got these guys that just send him shit tons of super chats, and I barely get any. And that's fine. I'm not gonna beg for super chats, but like I'm not gonna ask for them, but I'm not gonna say not to send them anymore. I used to do that. I'm not gonna do that anymore.
I did do a live stream recently, if you haven't seen it,
Yeah.
where I said I wouldn't use Discord anymore. You know what I mean? After hearing I recently heard about the scandals, and I didn't know about this.
Yeah.
I couldn't basically shut down my account.
What was the scandal? Can you get me up to date on that? I heard something was like some kind of privacy breach, or they were working with the feds or
There
something.
was not just privacy breach. There was like a lot of these Antifa guys like to basically like talk to each other on Discord, and also
Yeah.
there's been a lot of child predators on Discord. You know,
Yeah.
and I'm not for that. Okay.
Oh, obviously I'm not either.
Um, and the thing is, I decided I don't. To be honest with you, I don't really use Discord a lot. And when I was on there recently, I only talked to people I already knew. You know what I mean? But
Me
at the same
personally,
time,
I prefer Telegram, all right? And
me too. Me too.
I know some nerdy people, and from a software engineering standpoint, Telegram, like, look, we can hit Control Alt Delete on my computer right now, and we could probably open up Telegram. We could probably open up Discord, and I think that Telegram is less resource intensive.
Yeah.
It's just like less clunky as a software.
Yeah.
It just seems, I don't know, it just seems better. It just seems like a better, more intuitive piece of communications software. Um,
Okay.
Discord seemed like it just seemed like a immature kind of platform. Seemed like there's a lot of
Yeah, and it's full
screaming
of
12-year-olds
trolls
on there.
and leftists. It's full of trolls and leftists and stuff like that. And the thing is, after hearing about some of these scandals, I was like, it's like I when I first got into the Discord, I kind of only used it once. I didn't really understand it. It was kind of hard to use. And I came back on it because of a certain community, and I was starting to talk to certain people there.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, after hearing these scandals of child predation, and the fact that
Well, it's
basically,
also Roblox. I
yeah,
don't understand. Like the internet is become such a messed up place. You know, the internet used to be kind of a cool place, but more and more, I've just been spending more and more time outside working on things.
Me too. I'm at the point where I just want to basically be outside and touch grass most of the time.
Yeah.
Walk around. I do less streaming now because of that. And it's because I'm just to get tired of the internet, and I want to make enough money to get my own land and
Mhm.
up south. And I don't. I just want to get totally off grid and off the internet. I just don't want to use the internet ever again. No, man, it's just
I
like,
mean, I wouldn't say never use it ever again because it's still a useful tool for communication and for giving messages out to a wider audience. You know, and it's also
yeah,
good. It's a good informational tool for knowing what's going on. I think the problem is the internet has been ruined by normies. Normies and Silicon Valley corporations and college
yeah,
nerd liberal people have taken over the internet and turned it into
yeah,
something it was never supposed to be. The internet used to
yeah,
be a decentralized platform of chaos. There used to be forums everywhere, websites everywhere, and now there's only like 2 or 3 websites that we use. There's like YouTube and Facebook or whatever, and there's barely any websites.
yeah.
So
I find
it's not.
that I like to use Gab. I don't. I like to use Gab sometimes, and I also like to use. I'm finding that I do love the Telegram better. You know, man. I don't want to use this. To a certain extent, I didn't really understand Discord too much. I learned a little bit more about Discord, but I didn't know a lot. The funniest thing is they have this thing where you can't shut down your basically your account. You have to transfer to someone else. I think that's a cop out. They're saying,
Discord has it
they
to
don't
where
want-
you can't delete your account.
yeah, you got to transfer it. Mm. You got to transfer
Let's
your account. You can.
let's
That
ask the
sounds
chat.
like
Let's do a poll real quick. We're gonna ask the chat, do you like Telegram more or Discord more?
yeah,
Hold on. Which is better? And yeah, some people are going to say that they're both good for different things, but that's not the question, which one is better? That's
yeah.
the question. So let's see, those of you that got me minimized, it's vote time. Make your vote count. Who likes Discord? Who likes Telegram? Let's see who wins. Bilbo says he likes neither. Ah, yeah, I get that. I get that. I don't, I've got I've got fucking I've got this thing where it puts my text messages on the screen of my computer. And I'm at the point now where like why don't we just abandon Facebook, Telegram, all that shit and just like do texting? You
It
know?
works.
It seems like that
Yeah,
could work.
I do that with some of my Christian friends.
Oh,
I
we
know
got
you
a
don't.
we got a Newgrounds user in here. Newgrounds, everything by everyone. It's
I
pretty
play
funny.
some. The funny thing is, I never use the social media on Newgrounds. I actually just play little time saver games on there.
Yeah, so
Uh,
I
mhm.
used to be big on Newgrounds as a teenager. I used to be a claymation animator, right? And I did a couple of things with Macromedia Flash. When I was like a teenager, I would make little stick figure animations and clay animations and stuff like that. And this is really where I learned my multimedia skills that I use today to make a lot of the videos and shit like that. And then my friend had a forum that I used to run. It was called diddly12.net, and it was a forum like one of thousands. It was like a little community of a few hundred people, and it's like that's what the internet used to be. We used to have Newgrounds. We used to have 4chan and Newgrounds, and there's just tons of forums. You'd have diddly12.net, which was one. The internet
Okay.
used to be an amazing place with thousands of websites, little communities with hundreds of people. And
Oh
now it's
yeah,
this big centralized corporate controlled bullshit. It's been hijacked
I
by
know.
the
No,
corporations and the liberals and the college people.
I remember how it used to be. Yes. I'll put it this way. I
Even
only use
MySpace
Newgrounds.
was,
Yeah, I remember MySpace.
yeah,
Um, but I'll tell you this: I use Newgrounds only to play games. Just
yeah,
I've never seen the social media aspect. I like to play those little time saver games like
yeah. The
Chatterbox.
Flash games, Macromedia Flash,
Yeah,
got bought by
Flash games. I
Adobe.
love to play
So
those.
I used to use Adobe, and I used to make. I would use Virtual Dub Mod, and I would use my webcam, and I would use Macromedia Flash, and I would make clay animations. And I don't really have that many examples of these left because I sent an email to Tom Fulp at Newgrounds, or it might have been Wade Fulp or one of those guys, and I was like, hey, can you delete my account? I don't know why I did that. I guess because there was a bunch of embarrassing shit on there from when I was 12. But I had asked, it was either Tom Fulp or Wade Fulp. I contacted them. I'm like, hey, can you please delete my account? And I had them delete my account. Probably shouldn't have done it, but I did. Um,
Yeah.
so
I
Sabrina just mentioned MySpace. I had a point I wanted to make about MySpace. MySpace
yeah.
allowed for maximum customization of profiles. They
It
even had the
was.
3.0 profiles that allowed HTML. So every MySpace page had become its own website. It
I
was
remember it
yeah,
well.
it was a superior platform by every metric. Why did people move from a superior platform to an inferior one? Facebook sucks.
I think some things
MySpace
happened. There were some scandals.
MySpace believed in freedom of speech. It was basically Wild West that very rarely would you get censored
It
for
started to
what you said on
change.
MySpace.
It started to change. They got rid of that, customized profile kind of stuff, and they
I just
slowly got rid of that.
I just think
People
it's
start
weird,
to.
bro, and it's owned by Zuckerberg. We had a perfectly good social networking website that millions of people used.
Okay.
And
I
then
like Gab.
magically,
You try Gab? Mm,
yeah, magically Zuckerberg comes along.
yeah, yeah.
Zuckerberg.
I know. He
Yeah,
looks
he
like
comes
a
along. Very
he looks
interesting.
dainty, doesn't he? He looks very dainty.
Zuckerberg. And they sell it like this is an underdog guy. This was literally a guy that went to Harvard. Oh, the poor
Yeah.
underdog, Zuckerberg, that went to
Yeah.
Harvard. Yeah, the poor underdog. Yeah,
Yeah, I
right.
get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just bullshit. It was always bullshit from the start. And Facebook is run like North Korea. And then you remember MySpace, you could add random people. Do you remember that? And it was okay.
Yeah.
And you could meet new people. And then you go to Facebook and everybody's like, "Do I know you?" In the days of MySpace, there was no such thing as an incel. An incel didn't exist.
Yep.
You could just
I
write
remember.
your local emo
I
chick,
remember.
hook up with her,
Yeah.
and it was that. Every dude had himself a little chunky emo girlfriend. Back in
Oh yeah.
MySpace, there were no incels in the
I have
MySpace
I have
days.
a
Not really.
story from the MySpace here. I do have a story from the MySpace. I was in my 20s when that came out, and I had a profile. I remember the chat rooms in MySpace, and there was a dating chat room. I
Yeah,
remember I arrogantly said, "Any cute girls?
it was
Any
easy.
cute girls? Any hot girls? And it's like, do you? And this girl said in the chat, like, do you think I'm hot, right? And I checked her profile, right?
Yeah,
And she had a unibrow and a very round forehead. And I was like, oh, and I'm thinking to myself, if I say something, everyone in this chat room is going to think I'm an asshole. You know what I mean? If I tell the truth
yeah.
on this one. So Sarah, sad to say, I did
We got
lie.
a
You know what I mean?
50-50 we got a 50-50 split on Telegram and Discord on the poll. It's
Oh
like
yeah,
it's a 50-50. Can you imagine if we had a 50-50 vote in the United States like the presidential election? I wonder how that would
yeah.
end. It probably would start a civil
Well,
war, wouldn't it?
the thing is that on Telegram, I have Christian groups, survival groups, a
I
lot of
am the
groups.
one
So,
I am the one says the world has become North Korea. That's what, and I
yeah,
kind of agree with him in some ways. I think
no,
things
they
are
don't.
getting better in some ways, but they're also getting. It's the best of times, it's the worst of times.
Yeah, I've said that before in one of my videos. Best of times and worst of times.
Yeah,
How
it's
ironic.
true. It's 100% true. Um,
Yeah, that's the tale
but
of two cities. You know what I mean?
yeah,
That's it's the book called A Tale of Two Cities, where that comes from.
Yeah, how did
Yeah.
MySpace go from being an empire to a crappy music blog with ads
I know.
everywhere? How did this happen?
It
I
was
mean,
the early days of social media. It was the early days of social media. It
and
was
when I tell you that the shit world we live in was made by design, I mean it, bro. MySpace was not. It's almost like they've engineered social media to be as shitty and atomizing as possible. Because I remember when we were using MySpace, all of us had weird hipster emo girlfriends. And it made it easy to connect people, and it made it easy to find people and connect people, build relationships. And now
yeah.
with like Facebook and on these other social networks, it seems like they deliberately make it fucked up. I don't know what it is. Like there's something about the way they run these social media sites. They don't really want you to have meaningful connections. They want you constantly chasing the
Okay.
next dopamine hit, and it seems like if you actually get what you came for, then you'll log
Well,
off.
I'm going to say this, and I'm a Christian, but this technology is going to come out regardless if I like it or not. Now, it's already emerging. This technology. What do you think about? And this is a little off the topic, right? But it connects to social media. What do you think about the basically now what we're experiencing is hoflation, but
Yeah.
there's actually new technology that's going to actually, I think, going to end hoflation.
Hoflation
It's
is
the
going to
AI
end by
thing.
writing female inmates. So if
Oh
anybody
yeah,
wants
but
to,
I think
I apologize to the woman that I apologize to the woman in our chat about the term hoflation. We did not invent this term. It's what it's called. It's what the zeitgeist is calling it. We're gonna call it what it's been called by the masses. We didn't
oh yeah,
invent
so
this
true.
term. This is just what it's called. But the phenomenon known as hoflation is going to come to an end when men realize that they can write female inmates. Once men realize they
Well,
can do that, it's over with.
but that I get that, and that's been a good thing. But
Yeah.
another thing I would say that interesting to me
Mm-hmm.
is that have you seen this technology, these robots that are coming out? You really have like robot brothels in Germany now, you know?
Yeah, I
So it's
mean, I get that. Okay, so what you're saying is the phenomenon of hoflation is going to go down because the bottom of the barrel men, like the lowest incel, it never began kind of men, you're saying that they're going to go to the robots, and that's going to free up more women for
well,
regular
I'll
men
put it
that are
this
not
way.
like that.
You have to understand, and this is nothing personal. I'm saying for the longest time, women have traditionally been the gatekeepers of sex. I mean, okay.
In the
And
West, for a while, yeah.
now you introduce a new technology like AI and basically the AI robots, where
Okay,
you
so
can purchase.
you're saying that we can make a perfect simulation of the sexual experience, which if you have a perfect simulation of the sexual experience, then it's just as good as the real thing, then you wouldn't have to. That's
Well,
what you're
I'm
saying.
saying I'm not saying it's either good or bad. I'm saying it's
Well,
coming.
yeah,
That's
I
that's
get
what.
it. Yeah, and it probably will come. And so it's an interesting thought experiment.
It's
If a
very
man,
soon. It's going to be sooner here than you
yeah,
think.
if a man
Right now,
can
the problem. Yeah.
simulate, if a man can simulate the perfect sexual experience, and he can go through the actual act of having sex, will women treat us the same after that? Or will they start acting better? I believe women
Well,
will
that's
start acting
competition.
better. Yeah.
Well, I think they will because number one, they're no longer the gatekeepers of sex. I mean, women have had sex is power. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean,
And
okay, so I dated Nicole recently. And Nicole's kind of a pretty girl, right? We can debate how pretty she is. But when I was dating Nicole, I'm not going to lie to you, and I don't want to put our business out there, but I don't want to.
no, no,
I shouldn't have mentioned Nicole specifically because this is
you
more than
don't
just
have
Nicole.
to.
This
You
is
can
other
let it go.
girls. No, I'm gonna say it. These pretty girls, they
Mhm.
just lay there. And so, can I get a robot to just kind of lay there? I mean, sure I can. So why am
Well,
I
I'll
going
put
to
it this way.
go through all this pain and all this drama and all this heartbreak and all this emotional abuse if I just need an inanimate object to lay there and to simulate the experience?
Well,
You see what
it's
I'm
going to be
saying?
more than that. It's going to be much more than that. Let me
Well,
explain.
yeah.
Okay, let me say these robots
It
are starting
might
to
even be
walk
better.
and talk. These robots are starting to walk and talk. I mean,
Exactly.
they're able to interact with human beings to basically simulate emotion, you could
And
say.
I want to
So
clarify, I'm not saying we should replace women with these things. I'm
no,
saying
and
that,
I'm not saying that at all.
yeah, I'm saying we use this as a tool to make the woman act better than they're acting now because we can
Yeah,
boycott them.
and this technology is already emerging.
Yeah.
Right now, it's getting better, much
Yeah.
better. They're starting to walk and they can talk now. You know what I mean? A couple years ago, they could only talk. Now they're starting to walk and move. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you can look this up. You can find these the technologies emerging. What I'm saying is this technology is going to change dating forever.
Yeah.
I'm saying that it's like I'm saying that this woman. Think about this woman. You can buy a woman. Like it's going to get to the point where you can't tell the difference from the real thing because she can be simulate flesh. You can have the warmth of flesh. You can feel like the real thing. You know what
And
I mean?
it's
Like
funny
real.
that the feminists, they used to say, if you want to control somebody, sleep with your remote control. They're going to get what this is what they told us to do. If you want to control somebody, sleep with your remote control. This is what women used to say.
This
And it's
technology
like,
for men is like what birth control
okay,
did
Stuart,
for
hold on. I need to address the chat real quick. Stuart Remington is saying, that is some faggot shit. Get a real woman. We are being replaced and soon will be extinct. Here's the deal. I'm not saying this is to replace women. I'm
I'm not
saying
saying
that
that.
they got the chat. Some of these guys in the chat have the wrong idea. This is just a thing that does two things. One is it's competition for real woman. It's going to make real women act better. That's one.
And
Two, it's going to make all these simps stop being so simpy because there's no reason for them to humiliate themselves for this experience when they can get it for free or at very
yeah,
low cost. You get what I'm
they can
saying?
buy it and have it shipped to their door,
It's
pretty
going
much.
to fix the problems between men and women. That's what it's going to do. It's going to psychologically make men be less simpy. It's going to make a larger supply of women be available to men. It's going to make women realize that they have competition. It's going to force women to act better. That's the whole thing.
Now,
I'm
there is
not
one thing
suggesting that we get
these
robot wives.
robots can't do. There's one thing these robots can't do, and they can't
They can't
produce
have
children.
kids. Right. And so
Yeah.
we'll go back to valuing women for the most sacred thing, the fact that they can have kids. And that's not a dehumanizing thing. That is such a beautiful, sacred thing. That is the
Oh yeah.
reason we have sex to begin with. This is the reason we hook up with women to begin with. And so this is not something the majority of conservatives understand, but the sex bots could actually help the relationship between men and women as women increasingly realize that they have competition, and women will not market themselves as sexual objects if they have actual sexual objects that are better and more efficient. You get what I'm saying?
Also, I get what you're saying. Also, another thing that's going to happen very recently, AI is going to replace a lot of office jobs. Um,
Yeah.
so this is where a lot of women work.
Let's
Um,
get rid of the HR department and replace it with AI.
well,
I
I'm going to
agree.
say that there will be no human workers in the office anymore. That's
Okay,
what I'm
I
telling you.
get that, but the HR department has to be the first to go because the
Well,
HR
yeah,
department is biased. So how do we make it
I
not
agree.
biased? We'll use the
I
AI HR department.
I agree.
And it's mostly women. It's mostly these Karens that are given this money. That like a lot of these HR
Well,
departments are like secretly federally subsidized. You know that, right? There's like these federal
yeah. Now,
subsidies for these companies that have.
the jobs that will be left after AI is probably working class jobs. We're talking plumbers, electricians, um, like construction workers. Those jobs will still be around for a time. Um, but AI is going to change a lot of things. So, when I say that they're already having apps with your own AI girlfriend, and
Right.
so that's what we're seeing right now. I'm not saying as a Christian this technology could be bad, and I'm not. but at the same time, there's no way to stop it. You cannot
So
stop a techno wave.
the question I have are, these simps that use OnlyFans, are they going to realize that they could just do the AI girlfriend thing? That way they can stop giving money to these girls. Stop giving money to
Right
them.
now, there is actually AI OnlyFans things.
Oh, okay.
Right now,
So
it's going to be. I think AI is going to replace a lot of that OF.
I'm
A lot of
I'm
these
just
OF models.
yeah, I'm just wondering, are they hell bent on giving money to a real woman? Do they realize how toxic this shit is?
You're familiar with AI, right?
Yeah, I'm
I
just trying to
believe
figure
that
out how
AI is going to change a lot of things.
we've got to
For
defeat
example,
feminism.
the adult industry is going to be affected, and I don't by AI because you don't need human women anymore. You don't need to
Yeah.
basically you don't need human women to
Listen,
be in that
so
industry
I
anymore.
just
You
want
just
to I just
don't.
want to make sure everybody in the chat we're clear with what the goal is. We want to defeat feminism. We want to restore two-parent households, and we want
Yeah.
women to stop acting crazy and be traditional. And we want to have two-parent households again, right?
Unfortunately, and I tell this to a lot of like traditional men, there is no incentive right now for women to stop acting crazy
Right. So,
because
but we can
you
use
have to
the
basically
technology in such a way to create the incentive. So that's what we
get
need to
this.
focus on. Anything we can do
Yes.
to disrupt it.
Yeah.
Teaching men
Now
how to
social
write female
media,
inmates is one of them.
yeah, social media destroyed dating, but
Right.
AI, social
Right.
media caused hoflation, which is basically even like women who are low on the totem pole, a lot of simps blew up their ego and gave them a lot of free attention. AI is going to end that. Um, and
Teru
it's
is
going
in
to
the
end it.
chat. I am the ones in the chat. Stuart Remington's in the chat. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just look at the chat row. Do you have the chat open up on your thing, or it's not? You can't do both at the same time.
I can, but I
Okay. We gotta
probably
get you. We gotta get you a computer.
I can open it up if you want me to. I can
While we
right
do
now. I
this,
could.
or okay.
I have two devices on, so why don't I do that? You know?
So Stuart Remington, I want to address something that he's saying in the chat. He's talking about immigration. All right, and this is similar to the thing with women, right? And liberal policies and stuff like that. Listen, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Hermes on YouTube. Hermes lives
Yeah.
in Miami, and he goes and he asks random women like questions, and they always have these kind of feel good, vague, nebulous. Oh, we should take care of everybody. Let me explain to you why women say these things. Why
Yeah.
women are liberal. Why women are pro-immigrant. For thousands of years, men would fight to repel invasions. For thousands of years, you had the gates of a walled city, and the men would have to defend the walled city, right? Guess who
Yep.
didn't have to fight? And guess who got married to whoever won?
Yeah.
The women.
The victor.
And I'm not
The
trying to shit
woman.
on women, because women are great and women are necessary to our civilization, but they're nurturing. And genetically, biologically, they're engineered. Evolution gave them raising kids, being the teachers. Women were the child raisers, the teachers. They looked after the village while the men would go fight. And also, if the men went and fought and got conquered, their new husbands would be whoever conquered them, right? And so women are not biologically engineered. Evolution did not give them that vigilance. Evolution
Yes.
gave them, we need to take care of everybody and make sure everybody's taken care of, And when you ask them their political opinions about things, that's why they say this vague, nebulous shit, because they just don't see
Yeah.
the world the same way we do. They look at it
That's very
as
true.
yeah, they look at it as just unlimited resources. And, when the barbarians storm the gates of a walled city and kill all the men, they marry the conquerors. When Genghis Khan murders everybody in the village, he gets his pick of the women. That's how it worked. So women,
Yeah.
over thousands of years, they don't look at immigrants as potentially hostile. Secretly, they kind of want to, smash. And so
Yeah.
like the men know what's going on with that too, and we don't talk about it because it sounds kind of embarrassing, like the idea that we're
There are
afraid of
some women
immigrants
who are
sleeping.
speaking out. There are some women who are speaking out, like Lily Gaddis.
Yeah, I mean,
Because
here's the deal: these immigrants don't respect women's rights at all.
no,
You know what I
they
mean?
don't.
I mean, the people from other cultures don't respect women's rights. It was Western culture, Western society. We're the one that gave women their rights,
Yeah,
and
and
sometimes we regret the decision.
but yes.
We
But here's
find
the
ourselves
thing.
regretting that decision
It
sometimes.
is, we must not forget that if men choose, say, in one voice in the West, that we want to take away those rights, we could
Hmm.
easily do it. Because you know why? Because men are the ones holding the club. We're stronger. We're physically stronger, and we know how to fight. We could literally take away their rights if we basically have if
Guys,
we had control of the government.
hold
So
that thought. I have to piss real quick. I'm gonna introduce
okay.
you guys to what it's like to be in prison. This is sometimes you gotta take a piss right in front of your cellmate. Uh, but yeah,
So yeah. So
no
what
other
I'm saying
streamer.
here is that it's kind of like what Andrew, a guy named Andrew from the Crucible said about women's rights are solely dependent on basically men willing to enforce it. I mean,
True.
this whole
Yeah.
concept of equality, for example, if this concept of equality between the sexes, it is only, it is only, the only reason it exists because it's a very unnatural concept. This feminist equality doesn't exist in nature. It only exists because there's a government apparatus, men with guns, willing to enforce it.
Yeah, that's true.
If there,
And if we had known that they were going to use their rights to make OnlyFans, would we have done it? Would we have given women their rights if we knew that they were going to use those rights to do OnlyFans? Would we
I've
have done
studied the
this?
history of feminism,
I'm not sure we would have. I'm not sure we would
and
have
the thing
given women.
is that, yeah, I understand where he's coming from. I've studied the history of women's suffrage, the beginning of it, and a lot of people think,
Yeah.
oh, it's just first wave feminism was bad. I got news for you. These people were very violent. The first suffragettes, they
Yeah.
bombed churches. They literally, basically were practicing witchcraft. You know what I mean? They said that Satan was their liberator because these people were not
Really?
good people. Yeah.
I mean, I haven't really studied that, but I believe it. Because I mean, really, when you look at a lot of these problems, they came from Marxism. And
Yeah.
well, where did Marxism come from? Well, I can't say that or I'll get banned from YouTube. But I
Well,
think the
yeah.
chat will say it.
But
Hey
the
chat.
communist.
Hey chat. Live chat. Can you tell me where Marxism came from? I can't say it. I'll get banned from YouTube, but I'd like the
Okay.
chat to tell
Um,
us.
Sabrina, I'm respectful. Now,
Yeah.
some people have called me a woman hater, but
No.
being critical of some certain
We're
types of women,
we're
it's
trying to
not
protect women from
hatred.
themselves at
Okay.
this point. It's not
But
hatred.
a lot of women will take criticism as misogyny or hatred. That's not true. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, you have to understand criticism. If I'm giving you constructive criticism, like,
Well, it
don't
comes from a
take it as
place of
something negative.
protecting the woman. It's
Yeah,
I don't hate women. I want to protect women, including from
yeah,
themselves, because
yeah, exactly.
they have biological impulses that are
Yeah,
they have not had equal rights for the vast majority of history. And so they have biological impulses that are very, very destructive to our society, right? Then they don't
it's
realize it.
very true. By the way,
And
I'm on two screen now. I'm on two screen. I just had to make
yeah.
sure that there was no sound coming up. See, I'm on two devices, so I can see
So,
you now.
a lot of this came out of Marxism, and a lot of this problems in our
Yeah.
society today came out of Marxism. And I
Yes.
can't say who caused the Marxism, but the chat is more than willing to say that, and I think we all know who caused that. And
Well, the idea has been tried several times, not just by that group, but you have like Pol Pot, all these groups have tried. A lot of people got killed. It has never worked. It's
Yeah.
always failed. You know why? Because human nature doesn't change. I've always said this. You cannot change human nature, and men and women are not equal. We're not.
Yeah.
We got there's no equality in nature. So this concept of equality comes from
Yeah.
communism. It
I
literally
hold
comes from.
I hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are not created equal. And it's just the
Yeah,
truth, bro. Like everybody's different. Like some people are stronger, some people are faster, some people are smarter, some people are taller, some people are shorter. And there's
yeah,
differences among demographics. Certain demographics have different traits, right?
yeah,
Certain demographics are known for running faster. Certain demographics are known overall as having more intelligence. Certain demographics are known to have more social cohesion. I would say that Asians have more like social cohesion than most Europeans. Like unless you count the Scandinavian kind of like Northern Europe kind of, you know. I
yeah.
mean, it's just the truth. Like different
Well, I'll put
people
it this way.
create different
I have no
societies.
problem with East Asians. I thought about dating some Asian chicks. You know, man,
I
going
wouldn't do it
overseas.
simply because I want to preserve my heritage and my culture, and
Yeah,
me dating an Asian girl is out because like there's I don't I want a woman that will give me children that will look like me. But
yeah.
that's just me. That's me personally.
Okay.
Um, I can't tell other people how to live, but that's just me personally.
Yeah, I understand. We all have our preferences, man. You
So
know.
John in the chat is saying that at the end of Rome, woman had high status before the fall.
Oh yeah,
I've
we
listen.
did.
I've
There-
heard that. My opinion on Rome is that by the time it really collapsed, it wasn't really Rome anymore. The Romans, I believe, the Pax Romana ended because Rome was no longer Rome. So many foreigners had come into Rome that they didn't even know what it meant to be a Roman.
It's kind of like how in America is right now.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
man.
It's the same thing. This is how empires fall. Empires fall when their citizens forget what made the empire great to begin with. Like if you take the
Rome and
modern day,
America.
go
Oh yeah,
ahead.
but Rome and America have a lot of parallels
Absolutely.
historically, and
But
it's amazing.
when a society forgets what made it great, like I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Take a liberal that lives in like Oregon, like Portland, like a Portland liberal, right? He hates guns. He's he has all these weird ideas that have like nothing to do with the original founding of America, right? And so this person is so far removed from what we were founded on that it's just completely different. And that's how an empire truly collapses. It collapses when its citizens no longer remember what made the empire great. That's how Rome collapsed, and that's how America is collapsing. It forgot what made it great. And also, Americans thinking that America is some magical patch of dirt, or Ben Shapiro saying America is a set of ideas. It's just some magical piece of dirt in a set of ideas, when America is really a people. A nation
I
is a
get that.
place and a people. It's not a piece
Uh,
of dirt. It's not an abstract set of ideals. And Ben Shapiro doesn't feel the same way about Israel now, does he? He only feels that way about America. He doesn't feel that way about Israel.
I
And
totally
so
agree
that's
with that. But another thing I want to get to, we talk about survival here. We talk about prepping, right?
right. We got
So what I want
Edge
to talk
Lord in the
about.
chat. Edge Lord, what's going on?
So I
Amoko's
wanted to bring
strongest
up
soldiers in the
something.
chat. Go ahead.
Okay, how you doing? Yeah. Well, I want to talk about prepping and being prepared. I came. I've been in the backwoods and in bad neighborhoods.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, both. I've been in both worlds. You know,
Mm-hmm.
man. And the one thing that people don't really understand is I've been in neighborhoods where, let's say, I was of a lighter complexion than people that look like me, and and I've been there. I've done that. I've learned some things. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I got, like, for example, they talk about with that poor Ukrainian woman that happened, and it was a very sad situation. But if you go life
Irina
in America,
Zarutska.
Yeah, Leonard's. If you're white in America, yeah, Zarutska, yeah. But if you're white in America, you should have your. But she was from Ukraine. She didn't understand the
You have to
culture
have
here.
situational awareness.
Yeah, situational. But
And you
a
got to realize
Zarutska.
that there's been propaganda for decades saying that listen, imagine if I told you that all your problems are caused by one ethnic group.
Oh yeah.
And imagine if this
uh,
idea was mainstreamed. So, in the case of, and again, we have black people that watch the channel. We have we have good black people that watch this channel, but they
and I have
understand
nothing
this.
against black people. Here's the thing.
Yeah, I
I'm not.
mean,
There's a lot of good ones out there, but at the same time, I know
well,
there's a difference between the ghetto ones and the good ones. But there's a lot of ghetto ones out there, and in certain neighborhoods you can't show weakness, and you better have, and just like in prison, you got to have you got to better keep your head on a swivel. You know what I mean?
the way I view black people is I am not I am a tribalist. Okay? So
Yeah.
the Rhodesian mindset of this is my tribe, this is their tribe, I'm fine with that. And we can be respectful to them and they can be respectful to us and we can have a good relationship. But we have to remember we're different tribes. We have tribal
Yes.
interests as human beings.
Oh yes,
And
definitely.
so this is
But
the
here's the
problem
thing.
with the modern way of viewing race is we pretend it doesn't exist. We pretend to be
Oh yeah, definitely.
colorblind or whatever, and it does exist. And we
It
have
does
to,
exist.
yeah,
But one thing I do want to discuss is basically I've been around and I defended myself against these people before, and I've been attacked by these people. So I want to say some things that's going to help you survive an attack
hmm
by these people. Number one, do not try to fight fair with these people. They will jump you. Okay. If
yeah, don't fall
these
into that.
people will use numbers on you. Okay. So you better have a force multiplier of
Right,
any kind. You know, you better arm yourself with whatever you got. Now I
right.
can tell some stories about secondhand stories about people that fended off these kind of attacks. The
My
first thing you're going
my
to need to know:
personal advice is don't let them get close to you. Don't let them
don't
get
let
in
them
your
get close.
face. Right. You need to tell them, "Hey, that's close enough. Back up." You need to have
Yeah,
a command presence. And that's honestly this is what you guys need to focus on. Do not
yeah,
allow proximity. Don't let these people get in your
yeah.
face. Don't let these people intimidate you. When you see them walking toward you, I like to say, back up. That's close enough. Literally
Also,
stop them from entering your proximity.
I agree with
I
that.
also
And
think that you
one of the
should
things you got to
wear,
do is like,
if you're forced to go into this area, you need to wear
yeah,
khaki tactical pants. And you need to make these
yeah,
people think you're basically off duty law enforcement. You need to dress and look and carry yourself in a way that says, I'm not fucking around. That is the
yeah,
best way of dealing with these people. And I'm not telling you this as my opinion. I'm telling you this as a guy that lived in Rockbrook, right, when I was with the Republic of Florida militia. And
yeah.
God knows, I got tons of pictures of that time period when we lived out there. And I'm also telling you this as a guy that's been to prison, right? This is this
Now,
is how you deal with those types of elements. You got to
and
have a
another thing
command
to
presence.
add here is like you have to get a lot of whites have this idea that the streets are a boxing match, and I
It's
have to
not.
get that out of their head.
It's
You know
not.
what I mean?
The
You got to get
streets.
that out of their head. You know what I
These
mean?
people are pulling guns. These people are boom, boom, boom.
The, and
These
these
people are
people not
not
just pulling
boxing.
guns, but they will come at you with numbers if they don't have guns.
True.
They will jump you. You know what I mean? They're not going to fight fair one on one in a boxing match. You better get that out of your head. You know what I mean? You just better get that out of your head. If they're not gonna fight in a fair fight with you.
This is what
That's just
they
mhm.
understand. I got it on the screen right now. This is what they understand, guys. This is what they understand. You need militarism. And I don't like that it has to be that way, but that is the way it is. This is what they understand. They understand militarism. They understand flashlights. They understand command presence. They understand riot shields. They understand megaphones, PA systems, pepper spray, pepper ball guns.
Yeah,
If you live in a community that's dangerous, and you have criminal gangs, the only way you can hope to get the upper hand on them is you've got to organize your people to fight back. And I don't like that it's this way, but this is the way it is, 100%.
Yeah.
This is what beats a gang. If you want to know what beats a gang, it's this. You need people that are organized, and you need people that will fight back. Because you have the
I've
right to
noticed
live
that
in an area.
when you show up in greater numbers than them, they'll run away. They will run away if you show up in greater numbers.
Even if it's not
Know what I mean?
greater numbers, the level of organization is important. If you have good organization, if you have people that are organized and dressed identically, if you have a community defense plan in place, and you have good vehicles that clearly, you're clearly organized, you've got vehicles, you've got lights. I'm trying to find the picture that we
another thing I want to say.
Light bars
can I add
in our
something?
vehicles.
Another thing I'll add to that: do not think that you can reason with these people. These people cannot be reasoned with. You cannot talk to them.
I disagree on that slightly. If you talk to their OG, you can say, "Hey, man, you can't operate in this neighborhood. It's not going to be worth the cost." I've done that before. I've sat down with the leader of a gang, and I've told the leader of a gang, "Look, man, you can't operate in this neighborhood. We have better technology than you, and it's not like we're a rival gang. We're going to work with the police. So you have the police against you, and you have us against you. You really can't operate in this neighborhood. It would be too costly."
If you're one person, I will tell you this: the best thing you can do is not to show them no weakness. For example, when I was in a bad neighborhood a while back, here's how you look at them. You look at them a certain way, because I found if you look at them like you got no emotion, like you got killer stare, like this,
right?
That scares them. You know what I mean? It's a certain type of look. If they try to come up to you,
they could look at it as a challenge too. It just depends on,
it depends on.
if you have that look or not. I mean.
Yeah, if you look like you have no emotion, like there's no emotion in you, like they don't want to mess with that. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like
here's the God to honest truth, and people need to realize this. If you've got criminal gangs in your neighborhood, the only thing that's going to get them out is the state or some type of militia group. That's the only thing you can do. And I'm telling you this from experience when I was in Rockbrook, and I chased the gangs out of we chased the gangs out of the neighborhood. We did that. And I've got pictures from this time when we were living at the Value Place and when we did that, right? And the only thing that's going to remove this corrosive presence from your community is you've got to stand against it.
I agree.
It's either the state has to do that and the police. If the police are unwilling to do it, then it's got to be everyday citizens. And
I agree with that. And the thing is here, these people respect force and force alone.
And if
they will respect you if you can project force of any kind.
If the Democrats are in control of your local region, then you just got to get out of there, because they're going to side with the criminals over their own tax-paying, law-abiding citizens. And that's what ultimately happened in Leon County, and the state's attorney's office came after us because we were protecting our interests. We were protecting the community, right? And this is a lot of us grew up in Rockbrook. A lot of us were I was from right down the street. I technically didn't grow up in Rockbrook, but still, I grew up right down the street from
my
Rockbrook.
Camera's off, bro.
I put you back
camera's
on.
off.
I'm sorry.
Good.
I got you back on. But so these are real pictures from that time for those that are watching.
I get you. Here's the thing: on an individual level, if you have to deal with these people on an individual level, I'll tell you this: have pepper spray, have pepper gel, keep your distance.
Yeah.
Basically, do not show any weakness with these people. You know what I mean? And above all else, have a force multiplier. I mean, several. I mean, talking about pepper gel, whatever. I have stories, and this is one. I'll tell this one. I have a friend who was a veteran. Okay, he's an older fellow. You know what I mean? And this happened in Delaware.
Okay.
at a Walmart parking lot at night.
All right.
These what you call, thugs were circling him in the parking lot, thinking that they were going to do something to him, rob him, beat him up, jump him. He pulled out in his coat pocket. He had a homemade ball and chain, which is basically it was a dog leash chain
All right.
attached to a very hard like boating ball. You know what I mean? Kind of something used for like sailing.
You're
You know
right.
what I mean?
Yeah, I hear you.
It's an orange thing. Had a hole in the middle. It had weight to it. It's about the size of a fist. You know what I mean? And he pulled out of his coat pocket, and he was swinging that around like a helicopter. And they were trying to come in, and then he stepped back, come in, step back, until one of them got struck in the upper arm, and smack, broke his arm. You know what I mean?
Right.
Got knocked to the side.
Yeah.
And then they all ran away. This is what happened. This is the reason why you can't fight fair with these people. You got to use force multiplier of any kind. What saved my veteran friend's life, my older veteran friend's life, was a ball and chain.
Psychological force multipliers are good too.
Well, yeah, totally true.
I'm about to go into that in a second. You see I'm off screen. I'm getting some things ready. So those of you that see I'm not on screen, it's because I'm currently getting some things ready.
Good for you, Sabrina.
I'll be on
you
the
have
screen
a good state
again momentarily.
But yeah, and another situation happened in a bad neighborhood in my county. Blacks tried to jump this white guy, but the white guy pulled a knife and stabbed one of them, and they stopped. You know what I mean?
Right.
Getting shanked when their friend was injured. And you have to understand something about group psychology. They're with these ghetto blacks.
With the gangs, particularly.
Yeah.
It's really gangs.
The one, yeah. If you basically take out the
black
one,
people aren't like that.
yeah, basically, if you take out the one leading the charge, the rest of them will fall back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's they do have a command structure, and like criminal organizations do have a command structure, and if you have them in your neighborhood, and if you have police that are not doing their jobs, and one option is to move out of there, move to the country, and I want to stress that more often than not, that's a good idea. But if you've lived there all your life and these people have moved in, sometimes you want to do the more patriotic thing, and I understand that too. That's not a decision for me to make. That's a decision you have to make, right? The decision of should you move or should you form a posse and do something about it. It's a decision that I can't make for you, right?
I moved to a smaller community. I was in a large neighboring town that was a little bit larger. We had some problems there, and I left. I mean,
I was 18 years old, and the decision I made is what made me who I am today. I didn't make the decision to run. I made the decision to fight. And it was a long, hard battle, and it got me in prison, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't an
but
easy
you got
battle
him out of the neighborhood
at all. But for those that want to take their community back, you have options. Those that want to take your community back, I don't know if you guys have me minimized, you definitely want to see the screen right now. There's always options for those that want to take their community back. Right?
So yeah, totally true.
Even felons that can't own can't own weapons have options. And that's what me and Slingshot Warrior, we need felons more than ever. People that have been to prison, people that know how to fight, people that know how these criminal organizations work. That's what we seriously need right now. And we need positive role models in the community other than this slop culture. Right now, we have a slop culture. And I don't mean AI-generated slop. I mean shit that's so sloppy that it may as well be AI-generated. Toxic, poisonous pop culture bullshit. And
I will say this, I will say this: there's some of the AI, like dead ass AI with the ghetto stuff, is funny.
Yeah.
Know what I mean?
I mean, some of these
Like
things can be funny, but we've entered a time period now where you have these cults of death and destruction and urban
yeah,
decay that are being promoted as cool. And you have
yeah.
kids that want to actively destroy their community as if it's cool. And so what
You
we
have
need
video
is
games like and I've always been a critic of the video game Grand Theft Auto. I don't.
well, I played it, but at the same time, I don't think little kids should be playing that either, especially like San
No.
Andreas. That shit was toxic, right? But listen,
Oh
guys,
no.
in the chat, I got a message for everybody out there. Listen, if you're alone and you don't have anybody to help you, you need to just get out of there and move to a rural location. But for
Oh
those of
yeah,
you that
definitely.
have patriots in your neighborhood, it's time to take a stand against these criminals, against these people that stab people, these rapists, these thieves. Take back your neighborhoods. Take back your
Here's what I'm.
communities.
Oh yeah,
And
definitely.
I
And here's what
I
I'm going to say to you.
I cannot stress
Uh,
that enough.
okay.
And in Florida we have
I
open
totally
carry
agree.
now.
I totally agree. In Florida, you have open carry.
Yeah.
May I suggest you get the? It's good to have the less than lethal, but may I suggest you get a Cuban GK1 PCP pistol
I'm gonna look
that's
into that,
lethal?
and you are like an expert on this subject to a
Yeah.
great degree.
Yeah.
The reason I personally like the reason I personally
Well, I like
like
it
the
too.
Saber, several reasons.
Well, it's a great less than lethal. Don't get me wrong; it's got a lot of jewels on it. At the same time, I would just say
I
there
want
are,
something
but you.
I want something I can reload. If I can't reload it and if the CO2 is not contained within the magazine, I'm not particularly interested in it. That's the main thing that makes me interested in a
You
less
are.
than
Are you
lethal.
interested in the repeating crossbows? I've sent you some clips of those. You know.
Yeah, listen, I know you're the expert on this stuff, but I want you to hear
Yeah.
me out. The
Okay.
magazine and the CO2 are contained, so I can do reloads. And then
Yeah.
our rail mount, we got a rail mount on here, and I can mount a streamlight to it, right? So I was actually about to reload. There's already a magazine in there. And so that's why I like it. And I'm going to go in here real quick.
I get it. I
Go
get with
ahead.
each his own. I will say. I mean, I'm not here to criticize your choice in weapons. That's your choice. I'm
Right.
not going to criticize for that. At the same time, all I do now, the PCP pistol is very similar. It's basically you have to basically pump it, and it has basically kind of like a magazine that shoots like 22 caliber pellets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It has firearm power. It is called the Cuban GK1. So you have your less than lethal, and you can have a lethal that's not like black powder. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, black powder. I would try it, but at the same time, I was always afraid that if I mess that up, my hand is gone. You know what I mean? And it's like a lot of room for error on that one.
Right. So I really like these Saber guns, like I said, because of the tactical capability, laser light
Oh yeah,
combo, reload capability. Um,
definitely.
and I like them because they give you the features that I think are needed in a less than lethal. Because
Have
when
you
you're
tried a
using,
burner?
it's there's different models of Burna, and I need to find one that has a reload system like this one has. Because I've
Yeah.
seen one where the CO2 doesn't go in the magazine. That's the main thing. People tell me about the Burna. The biggest strength of this is every magazine contains the CO2. So I can reload all day. I have tons of
Okay.
magazines. I've got tons of magazines for this thing, and I keep each magazine I keep CO2, right? And so
Here's
I
how
can reload all
well,
day. I can keep reloading
here's
and
the
reloading.
thing. Here's the thing. For me, the CO2 it lasts pretty much. I could reload. I can have a couple of reloads. For example, my HDR 60. I could reload that, and it'd be no problem. My HDP is 12 shots.
Yeah.
So I can adapt. What I do is adapt to the launcher to a certain extent.
Yeah.
I don't need to basically. So I basically what I do is I adapt to the launcher, and I can just basically and if it's a quick pierce or quick pierce or
Yeah.
quick twist, I don't really care. You know what I mean? As long as I can change magazine, I don't care where the CO2 is. You know, that's just me. You
Yeah,
know?
because I guess the CO2 will last a while, but
Yeah. Yeah, it'll last a while. It'll be okay. Yes. Another thing I will say, like I said, it's I started out with primitive weapons, so I know a lot about spears and blades and stuff like that, and even walking sticks. A simple walking stick can be an effective tool to protect yourself, you
right.
know?
Yeah. That's walking sticks. Um, let's get on to flashlights. This is
Oh yeah,
this
I
is
got some
the
flashlights.
Eminent DX80, and I like the Eminent DX80 because, well, I mean they don't make them anymore, but Eminent still makes lights, extremely bright.
This one is, I forget what this one is, but yeah. Have you tried the flashlight stun guns?
Ugh. Um,
Have you tried the Have you
no,
tried the
and
flashlight?
okay, because I'm a felon in
Yeah.
Florida, we have some laws that go into electronic weapons that make it a little complicated.
Okay. Okay.
So
Oh.
I think flashlights are an excellent deterrent, force
Oh yeah, they
multiplier.
are.
Um,
I got one myself, so yeah.
and then I also think the motion activated lights all over your property. I have an absurd amount of
Mm.
motion activated lights all over my
Oh yeah.
property. Um, and it lights the whole property up like a Christmas tree. If it stays dark on the property most of the time, but if you walk on my property, you're gonna be so well lit. I have like a kill zone, and I stay in the
Have you?
darkness,
Yeah.
and the intruder is gonna be illuminated, and I'm gonna be in the darkness, and I have it designed that way on purpose. So
Have you tried that film you can get on Walmart? You can put on your windows that makes your basically windows impact and bullet resistant.
yeah, I've got that on my back sliding glass door, but nobody can
Yeah.
really get to that place anyway that easily because of the fence. So
Okay.
it's it's basically and I don't want to go into all my property the way it works, but my property, it has very good sight lines. I could see everything out to there's like a tree line that conceals the whole property, but there's a
Have
big
you ever
open
looked in?
space past that, and I
Oh,
can see everything through binoculars like very
okay.
easily.
Okay.
Uh,
You
and
have pistol launchers,
and I
but
have
have you ever
cameras too.
tried to look at rifle launchers like an HCB or an
We're gonna be
EX?
going into that. The reason I specifically like the less than lethal saber, the reason I specifically like that is because in tight situations you can deal with stuff better. Um, I also have. I'm gonna show you what else I have.
But
I have
may
a.
I suggest may I suggest modern combat sports to you? Modern combat sports.
Hmm,
If you want to get like a rifle launcher, um, you
air
know.
launcher. So this is just
Yeah,
a
yeah.
regular. This is just a regular Titman Cronus.
Oh, that's nice.
It's been modified a bit. You know, we got a light on it, and then we have a red dot sight on it, but it is just a Titman Cronus. I also got a laser on it. So I got a
Well,
laser, I got a red dot
thank
sight
you,
on it,
Sabrina.
and I have a light
Thank you,
on it.
Sabrina.
Hmm?
I was telling Sabrina to thank Sabrina. Yeah, thank you, Sabrina. Sorry, I was. My apologies for interrupting you.
It's fine. So this is a pretty cool piece of kit if there was ever like a riot.
Yeah.
And this stuff could be paired up good with this.
Okay.
These two things go together very well.
Okay.
Riot
What is
shields,
that?
pepperball guns.
Oh yeah, you got one, don't you? Well, let
So
me show you something.
I think people should buy riot shields, and I think people should invest in pepperball guns.
Okay.
And the reason
This
I
is
think
one
people
thing
should do this. Go ahead.
I think I would suggest
Slapjack,
I would
yeah.
send you a couple of links to these. These are the slapjack is what you want to get for that close range like hitting. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? That's pretty good. You got the rifle version then.
So yeah.
But I wasn't careful about showing that on YouTube because anything that looks like a firearm, they'll shut down the stream and they'll give you
no,
like a
I've put real firearms in the stream before.
really.
Yeah. Well, not this specific one.
They changed the
But
rules.
okay, they changed the rules.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we're good. I've had airsoft stuff on here and it's been fine.
But I would suggest one of these. Have you seen one of these?
Slapjack, not really too much.
I would suggest this for close range smacking.
Yeah.
You know.
So
Yeah.
over here,
Well,
I have. This is important, guys. Radio communications. If you're gonna assemble a team of people to take your neighborhood back, you need communications. And each one of these Baofeng radios is about like $25 to $30, and you just buy one for each one of your guys, and you get everybody on the same frequency, and then everybody can communicate. And this will give you a major advantage against any criminal gangs, any organizations that are involved in illicit activity in your community. And so the time may come very soon when things get very, very lawless, and you're going to need to be able to communicate with one another. One thing I will say is if you're doing something super stealthy, you want to turn the lights and the sounds and the beeping noises off of this. So the backlight feature, the backlight feature you see on this, you don't want that on there. You want to turn that off. The channel mode and all the beepiness and all that shit, you can actually turn that stuff off. And if you're really doing like stealthy stuff, I would turn that stuff off. For normal permissive environment security operations, it doesn't really fucking matter. And that's something a lot of these high-speed ninja warrior type people seem to forget. They seem to forget that the overwhelming majority of these operations that you're going to do as a civilian are not stealth operations. When law and order breaks down, you're going to need command presence operations. You're going to need to have a show of force. You're going to need a deterrence factor to keep these clowns from even coming in your neighborhood. That's what you really need. People are going to target the path of least resistance. So if you got a criminal gang looking to see an area that they're going to go loot in, they're going to target the people that are not going to fight back first. That's who they're going to target. So if they see that if they see a bunch of people dressed like this and a bunch of people with radios, a bunch of people with flashlights, they're like, okay, we can't fuck with those guys. Let's go down the street, right? And so that's what you need to remember. Now, I'm not going to lie. It's a dog world out there. They're going to go down the street, and guess where they're going to go? They're going to go into the liberal neighborhoods that don't defend themselves. You get what you pay for. It's just the law of the jungle. We tried to warn these people for years and years and years. We tried to warn these people, and they didn't listen.
And I've always said the dumbest group of people I've ever ran into are just white liberals. They're the dumbest people.
Well, I'm going to tell you the problem with white liberals. The problem with white liberals, believe it or not, is they have 115 IQs. They're smart enough to overthink things. They're smart enough to not realize the forest from the trees. So a dumb person will realize something And a really, really smart person will realize something. But you have this group of people called midwits. Are you familiar with midwits?
Yeah.
So midwits are these people that have basically they overthink everything.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna show you.
I've said this before. I mean, I've said something similar.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I'm putting the midwits meme on the stream for everybody. Everybody can so everybody can see it. So this is the actual midwit phenomenon right here. This is the midwit phenomenon. You have people that are not qualified to say the shit they say, and they mindlessly repeat things, and then they'll quote statistics out of context. And these people are intelligent enough to convince themselves that 2 + 2 = 5, and they'll write some big freaking like article, some big paragraph trying to explain how 2 + 2 = 5. The dumb person is going to have the down-to-earth experience and common sense. The smart person is going to have a very, very good, actually well thought out thesis. And then you got the midwit that thinks he's so fucking smart, and he's trying to outthink the common sense of the dumb person, and he's trying to outthink the truly smart person, right? The truly smart person is actually ahead of their time a lot of the time and is not listened to. The dumb person and the smart person come to the same conclusion a lot of the time, whereas you got the midwit who overthinks things, and he's usually got like 115 IQ, and he thinks that he's so fucking smart. And you see these people are all over Reddit. This is your
I've said
this is
this
your
before.
Redditor right
It's
here.
just like you got these people who are kind of intelligent, but they lack common sense. I mean, it's like they
Yeah.
basically can just basically I don't know what it is, just like basically things that just are not logical. Like they can basically, how can I say, they can basically, you know, they they mentally gymnastics themselves into things that are not logical or rational.
Right.
Like men and women can be like you can choose your gender or things like that. It's like like there's 21 genders and
That's
like
yeah, it's definitely
things that
midwit mythology. The midwit mythology, right? And this
yeah
like I said, this comes from relatively smart people, 115 IQ people that think they're geniuses, and they think they can outthink their way around reality and common sense. So whenever
they
they
try to
see
rationalize
right,
this,
they
and
they,
they try
they
to
always
rationalize things that are just not cannot be rational, that are just are irrational.
and
They rationalize the irrational.
most of them are pseudo intellectuals, and they're smart enough to be able to repeat basic talking points, but they're not smart
Yeah,
enough to actually, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? And so it's these
yeah,
types of people that basically read Wikipedia articles all day, and the reason they want to have knowledge isn't for knowledge's sake. The reason they want to have knowledge is to perpetuate the intellectual status quo. So the shit that so-called smart people say over and over again, they hear it and then they repeat it. And so they're just repeating some shit that they've heard another person say. I'm going to give
yeah.
you a
It's like
perfect
the
example.
rationalization answer.
Like they say, I don't want to have kids. I don't want to bring kids into this world. This world's so bad. I don't want to bring kids in this. And this is not an idea that they had. It's not an original thought that they had in their brain. It's just some shit they
Yeah,
heard somebody else say. Right?
yeah,
Meanwhile, the dumbest people are like, fuck it, we're going to have 12 kids. Just like the movie Idiocracy. And so you end up having a
yeah.
situation where there's only two classes of people. The one thing the Idiocracy movie got wrong was that there was no smart
Yeah.
people. And the truth is, in the future, there's going to be an ultra elite class of extremely smart people, and there's going to be a class of and we see this happening now. The dumb people have gotten even dumber. I mean, there's people walking down the street right now that can barely talk, and the only thing they can do is basically like mumble rap songs.
The funny thing is that I talk to a lot of autistic guys, okay, people on the spectrum like myself.
Right.
and we want to see things for what they are. And some people said it's difficult to emotionally manipulate someone on the spectrum, and you just can't do it. And
Well, autistic
we're
people like facts and statistics and data. Real facts, real
yeah.
statistics, real data. And a lot of autistic types are INTJ personality types. And so they're pattern finding machines. And they just go noticing things. Noticing, right? And they go
Yeah,
noticing shit and they notice things that they're not allowed to notice. And that's what I've noticed.
yeah.
So that's what I've noticed. And so um we have to have more of it. Like I said, we got to put autism in a grenade and weaponize it. And we need to go to the local women's yoga studio and we need to throw autism grenades in the
High,
yoga studio and have chemical
well, high
autism.
functioning one.
It's
Make it
probably
high functioning.
it's
Mm.
probably a war
High
crime. You
high
think
functioning
weaponized? You
autism.
think weaponizing chemical autism and putting it in a grenade and like throwing it into a women's yoga studio? Do you think it's a war crime?
Yeah,
You think I'll be prosecuted at Nuremberg?
maybe.
Pure liquid chemical enriched weapons grade autism. That's what we're developing. Can you imagine like me? You know that case that I had the pepper ball launcher in? What if I had like a metal, really serious looking case and I open it and there's this vial in it that says weaponized autism, and then you put like
Have
a
you tried those basically those CO2 sound grenades that pop?
thunder
No man.
bees. Yeah, we used to use those thunder bees. We'd use them on
And
gangbangers. They made them illegal now though. They said they were too similar to flashbangs.
yeah.
So they're not legal anymore. And we used to have the Enola Gay grenades, and the ATF said that they're illegal now, apparently.
What about the smoke? You still got the smoke grenades? You can get
Yeah, the
those.
Enola Gay smoke grenades. Apparently, the ATF was saying that they're illegal. But there's a loophole. You just got to call them photography smoke. If they're photography smoke devices, then they're
Yeah.
legal. So, that's just how they have to be marketed. So check it out, guys. Here's a photography smoke device for photography. Yeah, this isn't a smoke grenade. It's a photography smoke device. So there you go.
And I talked to people. I was at my church and I was talking to somebody, and the subject came on less than lethal launchers, and I actually convinced somebody to buy a less lethal launcher. For the firearms people out there, and I say this to, I've dealt with two types of people in the firearms community. The types of people, the tacticals. You know what I mean? Okay. The
Yeah.
tacticals believe if it isn't a firearm, it's not effective. It doesn't work. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
You know,
I met some guys like that in prison. They were law-abiding citizens, and then they defended themselves, and now they're at Century Correctional Institution, surrounded by people with homemade knives that want to stab them. So, for those of you out there that think that the only battle that matters is the gunfight, I have a rude awakening for you, especially even if you're in a place like Florida, if you're in one of these Democrat cities. Bro, you got to be careful. And there's situations that happen in your front lawn that really call for this. And I'm not saying you can't go out there with your long gun.
yeah.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying you should hit them with this first. And if they still come after you, then you switch to the long gun. There's so many situations. I'm going to tell you one situation where you need this. The neighbor's dog. Do you really want to shoot the neighbor's fucking dog? I don't. Imagine the neighbor's dog gets shot and the neighbor tells their kids, Scruffy got shot by that mean man that lives down the road. These kids are going to grow up hating you because the
Yeah.
neighbor's dog ends up attacking you or something. But if you hit the
It's
neighbor's
something
dog
similar.
with this, you're good.
Pepper spray was first used by male men, so
I keep pepper spray
or
on this vest.
dogs.
This vest that
Yeah,
I
a lot.
have, I have all these
Yeah.
I have all these people that criticize my loadout, my vest here, and most people don't realize what this vest is for. This specific LBE system that I have is my less lethal system. Now, it could be converted because I got big mag pouches here, and I could push it into service as a real gunfighting rig,
Oh yeah,
But
and
this
I have
rig is
that
actually
too.
used for less lethal purposes. This is a riot
I
rig.
need a new vest. I'm gonna tell you. I'm telling you, I need a new vest. I tried a fishing vest, but that zipper was messing up on me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That zipper, I had to get rid of it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna try that kind of vest. It would probably be better. You know what I mean?
So, guys, just a fun fact, real quick. When you're shooting through a riot shield, can you see the screen?
Well, I had that. Yeah.
When you're shooting through a riot shield, you actually have to turn the position of your gun sideways, and that's
Yeah.
to account for the natural angle of the arm because it's difficult to aim through the visor. So this is the
Okay.
one of the few times that you actually turn your gun sideways, right? Some people like to slightly turn it sideways, and some people turn it all the way sideways. But when you're using a riot shield, you have to tilt the gun to account for the natural angle of the arm, because otherwise if you push it this way, it's too unnatural and too awkward. Plus you have to be able to quickly withdraw.
Yeah.
And another tip that I could show you is if somebody's really close to your shield, you actually want to shoot them from the relock, center axis relock
Okay.
type position, and then maybe
Awesome.
slightly turn it this way. But
Now,
you're at such
this one is
close
my
quarters that it doesn't really matter.
now this one is my EDC. It's I prefer this one is only about $100, but it's like 18 joules. You can jack it up to 30 joules if you wanted to. Um, basically, this is what I carry for my EDC. I don't carry a saber for my EDC like launcher. You know what I mean? I carry this one. This is basically the Umarex HDP 50. I mean, 50 caliber, kinetic, and that's what I like to carry.
Yeah.
You know.
So have you done anything with riot shields yet?
No, I thought about making a shield, but I would love to have one. Another thing I like to carry in my backpack is this. This is basically a liquid launcher. It shoots pepper gel. You
Oh
know
yeah,
what I
I've
mean?
seen those before. Those are good.
Yeah, pretty much.
So here's what I recommend with riot shields, guys. I would get the Chinese ones, but then I would paint them with layers and layers of Flex Seal, and then I would get Flex Seal clear, and I would cover most of the visor here, but I would keep this part clean. And you can actually see that's what I've done. There's Flex Seal
Yeah.
clear up to this part.
What
There's no
exactly
Flex Seal
is
clear there.
Flex Seal? What exactly is Flex Seal?
Flex Seal is a product that was made by my uncle, Phil Swift. I'm just kidding. He's not my uncle, but I wish he was. If he would like to have sex with my aunt, he could become my uncle any day of the week, as long as I get free
Okay.
Flex Seal. That's the only caveat. Phil Swift, if
What
you
is
want to,
Flex Seal?
yeah,
What is it?
it's a product that is just based and red pilled, and it's just awesome.
Okay. Have
It's
you
a coating.
tried
It's a coating.
You're
It's like paint.
okay. Okay. You're into survival. Have you tried Rob Line?
Like the fishing line paracord shit.
It's better than paracord.
Yeah, it's better than paracord. It's made to a better specification than I'm familiar with it.
I use it for my shoelaces, for my boots. It's like the boots and the shoelaces are always kind of like they fray a lot when
Right.
you lace them up. And with Rob Line, they don't fray. It's pretty tough stuff, you know. I also use it for other things. It's very tough line. It's like it's the stuff you want to get. It's better than paracord. It's better to work with, you know. Paracord's all right, but
I wanted to watch a video with you on stream.
I do love the.
You got my stream up, right? Guys, I got
Yeah.
some awesome videos from several years ago that was reposted by our friend Nito Benito.
Would you ever consider buying one of these, an HTP 50?
Potentially, yeah. I'm very specific about what pepperball devices I use.
Okay, but this one's not pepperball. It's kinetic. I mean, it's 12 shots and a built-in magazine. I mean.
So I'm going to Nito Benito's page.
It's the kinetic one.
Yeah.
The HTP 50 is purely kinetic. No, man. Don't
All
use
right.
any pepper balls for this.
All right. You guys ready for this video?
Okay.
I want you guys to see this. So, this is an example of what I did in my neighborhood when I saw my neighborhood was turning shitty. I'm going to show you a perfect example.
Get out of here. Get out of here. We don't do that here. We don't do that here. You can do whatever you want. Don't do it here. They want you to be sitting there doing that shit all day so you don't think, so you don't see what's going on around you. You're destroying our civilization. You're destroying our society. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Okay.
Don't do that shit here. We don't do that. It's not illegal. We're in a public place now. Get out of here before I get angry. Get out of here.
Now, who was moving into your neighborhood? That's my question.
We have problems with
I'll
our
tell you in a
vehicles.
second.
Our
Just
vehicles,
wait till the video plays out.
within the last few days, have all went simultaneously.
Oh yeah, I've seen this one before.
right here. This
We're also going to be here a few days, so if you guys are seeing this,
Oh,
you're
donkeys.
nine
Yeah.
chances out of 10 you're going to see this late. You know, a lot of you are here in spirit. Keep fighting the good fight, even if you're not here in person. We do appreciate what you guys do to help us out there. That mirror looks like a charm, dude. You might have to eat these fucking things.
We're protecting the Waffle House from anti-fascist.
Hey, girl.
I'm filming me film myself, which is kind of
You get
weird,
married?
but it's just what I'm doing right now. This pipe cleaner that I'm using as a lanyard for this light, I can still access the basic functions of the weapon. I can still, you know, get mags, put the mags in, you know, clear malfunctions and all that. I can still access a lot of things. I can use the radio. We're getting bigger and hey, you remember Pinochet? We got free helicopter rides for you, buddy. We got free helicopter rides for leftists, just like Pinochet.
You're coming with me.
The state flag?
Stand back, sir. Stand back. Stand back. What do I do that for?
Seeing what people's initial reactions to them might be. These are high performance flyers, if you know what I mean. So they should get the job done. They should get people's attention. You know, you never know. You never know what'll get people's attention. As far as real life attention, internet attention is pretty easy to come by, and you grip it tightly before you throw it. Okay. So we don't want to aim. We don't have this in here for reference. Want to make sure your feet are somewhat firmly planted. And this might not go in because the wood's not really that good, but it might. It's iffy. You want to actually make sure your feet are firmly planted and a little low. Make sure the hands. As you can see, I am swimming in the Cockney, and yeah, cool.
Oh, hey, I'm just the government.
There we go. And oh, the turning point. Ooh, shit.
Get that shit out of here. Get out of here.
I don't want my copyright getting messed up because of that. It might. Who cares? All right, so yeah, that was from years ago. I am the one says young Jereb. You know, when I was younger, I was way younger. I was a young, pissed off, patriotic man. You know what I mean? And so this was, yeah, this is when I was younger, and you guys might have been asking what they were doing. They were smoking dope, you know. But that's the thing. And people are going to say, oh, well, marijuana's legal. I don't even know for sure if it was marijuana. I don't know what they were smoking, but it was something they weren't supposed to be smoking, right? And I'm pretty sure it was marijuana. who knows though? And I know you guys are gonna say, "Oh, marijuana's legal." Okay, yeah, but we don't want teenagers standing on a park bench, bunched up underneath a gazebo, smoking this shit. This is the type of activity that, when it's going on in your neighborhood, you got to do what I did. In my opinion, that is completely justified. And you really don't want teenagers smoking weed. You don't, because teenagers that smoke weed, they've done studies on it, and their brain is still developing, their neurons and their synapses are still developing. It causes schizophrenia. And I've dealt with somebody with schizophrenia. As you guys know, my ex-girlfriend that I dated very recently, Nicole, she had schizophrenia. You see what I'm saying? So I'm very familiar with a lot of the people that smoked weed like a chimney when they were teenagers have developed schizophrenia as adults. And Nicole was one of them. Nicole was a victim of that. Right?
Oh no!
So, you know.
I promise I'll put the seat down.
Hold on a second. This is the video with Nicole. And so, yeah, we don't want teenagers smoking weed, bro. I'm just being honest. You don't want teenagers smoking weed. And I know some people are going to get upset by that. And I got some things to say about weed that not everybody's going to like, to be honest.
Yeah.
I got some shit to say about weed that not... Listen, I'm going to tell you the problem with marijuana. Marijuana is one of the most insidious drugs, and the reason it is because... Same thing with alcohol, to be honest. You'll do marijuana for 30 fucking years, and you'll wake up one day and you'll realize that 30 years have gone by and you've done nothing with your life. You'll work at Taco Bell, and you'll have no career advancement. You'll have no hobbies. You'll have no productive activities. You'll have all this shit that you're not doing because you smoke weed.
Myron Gaines talked about that.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Marijuana is actually, at least heroin and crack has like the decency to slam dunk your ass. Whereas marijuana and alcohol, you really think everything's okay.
Yeah.
So that's really the reason that, in my opinion, marijuana is one of the worst drugs. Because you really think everything is okay. And alcohol's bad too for that reason. Whereas at least meth and heroin and shit are honest to you. They really slam dunk you. You know you're ruining your life on, meth and marijuana, stuff like that. You know you're ruining your life. You're not lying to yourself about it.
Of course.
Was Nicole the jail girl who was cute, who you made videos with? Yeah, so Nicole is actually on the video right now. It's actually about the loop. Hopefully, I think I hit loop. I think I got it on loop mode. Nicole's the girl on the video right now. For those that don't know who Nicole is, this girl that's throwing shit at me is Nicole, and I'm not gonna lie, guys, her brain was fried by marijuana. So if you think marijuana is a joke, if you think adolescents, teenagers smoking marijuana is a joke, I just want you guys to know that my ex-girlfriend Nicole, who I dated very recently, her brain is fried. She has schizophrenia. She hears voices. She's fucking nuts.
Oh boy.
And I had to break up with her, bro. Like this is the truth, bro. Like, marijuana is not a fucking safe drug. Now, should people have the right to do what they want as adults? Yes, 100%. But the idea that marijuana is this perfectly safe drug and there's no problems, no side effects, no addiction, and then you ask somebody where they get their information from, it's not addictive. I read that on a forum. It's always some shit some guy read on a forum or something. If you actually look at what the scientists are saying, marijuana is not a drug that doesn't have any problems. It is addictive. It does cause problems. And when adolescents do it, it messes with the wiring of their brain.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And it causes schizophrenia. And they've done studies on it. They have lots of research on it. And if you guys don't believe me, I could pull it up. Marijuana adolescent brain development study. Marijuana adolescent brain development. I'm going to pull it up right now. National Institute of Health. National
Definitely.
Institute of Health.
There are some other things I would suggest. Like I said before, if you can't get like a taser or nothing, get one of these. You know what I mean, bro? You know what I mean,
I'm going to read this real
Get-
quick. Adult studies of marijuana use often find subtle decreases in performance compared to controls in cognitive domains such as attention, memory, processing speed. Such efforts have been discussed as transient in the literature, given up the limited group differences. Ongoing cognitive development in the domains of memory and executive functioning. This is important. Memory and executive functioning. Guess who had none of that? Nicole. She relied on me for everything, utterly dependent on me. And again, it talks about risk versus reward. Nicole didn't want to follow my rules in my house, even though she was utterly dependent on me. And then she decided she wants to go run off and be homeless rather than follow my rules. So again, executive function, calculation of risk versus reward, schizophrenia, school performance and engage in risk-reward behaviors. One of the earliest studies in the effects of marijuana on adolescent neurocognitive development evaluated verbal and nonverbal memory performance in cannabis-dependent adolescents ages 14 to 16. They've done mountains of research on this shit, guys. Gray matter macrostructure. A large body of literature has shown dynamic changes in gray matter structures. That's your brain, your neurons, and your synapses.
But there's another drug there. They don't tell you it's a drug.
Dendritic pruning and eliminations of synapses. Elimination of synapses. They're not forming. Likely results in cortical thinning. That's your prefrontal cortex and all that shit. Decreased cerebral volume. Less brain development.
Oh, and yeah, so definitely.
So these neurons aren't connecting properly, and it causes schizophrenia. Okay? But people aren't going to listen to me, and they're going to stay in denial, and they're going to act like marijuana is perfect and it's not addictive and it doesn't cause health problems, and nobody's going to listen to me. No matter how many mountains of data, no matter how much research there is, nobody's ever going to listen to me about marijuana.
Oh yeah,
and again,
definitely.
I'm not saying this shit should be.
Here's something else I'm going to say that's a drug that no one wants to admit is a drug, but it's not the type of drug. It's not the type of physical chemical substance.
Caffeine.
It's available on the internet, and it's highly addictive.
Kratom.
And no, porn.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And listen, pornography. I'm going to tell you guys the truth about pornography. Hold on. I'm going to tell you guys the truth about pornography, bro. Pornography has different effects on different people. I'm going to tell you how pornography, I don't want to get too graphic. Well, fuck it, I might get graphic. I don't. Here's the deal, right? It has different effects on different people, okay? So some guys are some guys get like erectile dysfunction because they're desensitized. Other guys are going to have crazy fetishes that like it becomes their focal point that they focus on. So normal stuff stops being like a thing for them. They just want fetishes. I'm probably more in that category. I don't have like ED, but I have some kinks that most women are not really into. Let me put it that way.
But here's the thing that they don't tell. Here's another thing that you missed out on. Porn is hot. They did a study showing that they compared the brain of a heroin addict to the brain of someone who did of a porn addict. And guess what? There were similar type of brain structure, type of brain damage done.
So we got this guy in here. His name's Jones Front. He says, you know what else is a drug? Sugar, and it looks like you're addicted to that, fat boy. Yeah, I mean, sure, 100%. But you know what sugar's not doing to me? It's not giving me schizophrenia, and I'm not going into the bad neighborhood every weekend to hit up Reggie or Tyrone for sugar. I'm not taking out a second mortgage on my house to afford sugar. I'm not going into debt to afford sugar. I'm just being honest. So, I mean, he's trying to be like a smart guy and point out that I have problems with my weight, which are absolutely true. It's fine for, it's just okay, yeah, I'm fat. I'm 100% I'm fat. You know what I mean? I like to eat, bro. I love food. And that's probably one of the easiest things to get addicted to is food. I mean, we like
Me too.
food, bro, and we have ultra processed fattening food
Yeah.
here in America. We have a system that's broken. We have human relationships that don't fucking work anymore because it's by design. They've wanted to atomize us and enslave us, and food is faster than people. So it's easier to get a cheeseburger than it is to form a relationship with a human being. And so they've made it to where it's easier to buy and consume and be atomized than it is to do basic human interaction. And we can have a big conversation about this, but this guy doesn't want to talk about that. He just wants to be
I want to
mean-spirited.
say there is some good news. RFK Jr. is cleaning up our food supply. He's basically made some good strides.
It's going to take a while for that to come into effect, and it's good. It's definitely good that he's doing that. But we've built our entire economy on wheat and corn syrup, and like corn and wheat are our main fucking things we grow. And most of our foods are a combination of corn, wheat, maple syrup, literally, there's 5 main things that have been zombified, these Frankenstein foods we're eating, and it's mostly wheat, corn, and like milk, dairy shit. It's like these zombie foods. They take the same 5 or 6 ingredients, and there's 1,000 different foods they make with this shit over and over again.
RFK Jr. has banned the food dyes. He needs to ban corn syrup pretty soon. But he's doing good on that one,
I mean, if you ban corn syrup, I mean, I'm going to tell you about this applies to a lot of things. I'm going to give you guys a secret to how the world really works, why the world's fucked up, and why it can't easily change. The reason the world is fucked up and things can't easily be changed is we have a system built the way it is for a reason. The rich and powerful built this system in such a way that if they ever got removed from it, it would collapse. This is why the Epstein files won't be released. This is why they're not going to ban high fructose corn syrup from food. This is why so many things are not going to ever change, because they designed the system to where if they're ever ripped from it, it will fail. They have the system under their control. Okay, you have a fiat currency that ain't worth dick, except for the fact that the rich and powerful use that fiat currency, and they set their companies up here. If the U.S. dollar ever collapsed, all these elites are just, if you ever tried to tax the rich, all these elites would move to Europe, and they would convert their money to gold, okay? There are certain things that cannot be changed without destroying the entire system. This is why they won't release the Epstein files, because you have a system where the elites have designed it to where they're central to it, and if you remove them, the system is actually dependent on them. And it's kind of complicated and probably beyond the scope of this stream. We can get as autistic as we want about it, but that is the gist of it. That's why you're never going to see the Epstein files, and that's why tax the rich is a meme. They can move their money to offshore accounts. They can convert their assets to gold or real estate or whatever. These people, if they don't want to be taxed, they can avoid paying taxes. It always will be that way, and it always has been that way. The lobbyists and the special interest control the United States, and they have the system set up to where it can't run without them.
I would disagree because I think it is changing because they don't like RFK Jr. and what he's doing.
Slowly it's changing. But the reality of the situation is I believe Trump went in there thinking he was really going to change a lot. But then I think he went in there and I think he realized the elites are embedded. They have a failsafe. The elites are not going to engineer a system that will work without them. The parasite has engineered a system to where if the parasite is removed, the host, this civilization, will die. So you literally are going to have to collapse the U.S. dollar. Think about the Epstein files, bro. And I talked to a girl that was on Epstein Island, Lauren Wombles. She's at Lowell Correctional Institution. She was a porn star. Her name is Aubrey Gold. And I might get a bullet in my head for talking about this, to be honest. So if I'm dead in a couple days, I'm not suicidal. I'm going to tell you you had heads of state of countries, European country heads of state were on Little St. James Island with Aubrey Gold. Her real name is Lauren Wombles, and she's at actually it's Gadsden Correctional Institution, and I got her on my Securus, and she was on the island, and she was a little pretty blonde hair, blue-eyed 18-year-old porn star, and she slept with executives from Skunk Works, Lockheed Martin, AT&T, Bank of America, United Health. She was having sex with all these rich, multimillionaire, powerful men, and they were all on the island, and they're all in these fraternal organizations to where they all have dirt on each other. So if one person gets exposed, everybody gets exposed, and it was an intelligence operation because Jeffrey Epstein worked for the Mossad, okay? And you cannot, if you release the Epstein files, the U.S. dollar will collapse. It's over for the United States. If you enforce the law and you actually arrest all these people, the entire system will come crashing down. And here's what they do. And I learned this from Lauren Wombles, a.k.a. Aubrey Gold, the porn star. She told me this. And you can talk to her. She's at Gadsden Correctional Institution. She doesn't want to talk about it because she's getting hush money payments. Okay? These people are being paid. When Lauren Wombles gets out of prison, she's going to be paid millions of dollars to not talk about these things. Okay? And I'm telling you right fucking now, guys, I know that this system was built to where it cannot function without the elites. You cannot arrest the people on Little St. James Island. If you arrest all those people, it will be like the collapse of the Soviet Union all over again. Trump, I believe, in my opinion, Trump wants to release this shit. He can't, bro. They have dirt on him. And you know why they have dirt on him? And I'm not going to tell you where I got this information from. I'll tell you where to look, Lauren Wombles. That's where you look. If you want the list, she's got it. She's got that shit in her head. Okay? And I'm going to tell you about the Epstein list. The reality of the situation is you cannot release that list. Because what they do is they'll have an 18-year-old girl, Lauren Wombles, the porn star Aubrey Gold. She was 18, but she probably looked like she was about 16. And they'll have 5 girls that are all 18 years old, and they're blowing you. And they'll bring in a 16-year-old. And then they'll say, hey, you know you just got a blowjob from a 16-year-old, and all these other girls are 18. So they've tricked you. They've entrapped you. And they've done this to thousands of businessmen. And it was the Mossad, it was the Israeli government that was behind this. And they're probably going to kill me for saying this, but I'm sick of thinking about it. I've been having it rattle around in my brain. You know, this is what Lauren Wombles, she's at Gadsden Correctional Institution. Y'all need to talk to her. You want the Epstein list? That's how you get it. Right here in Florida at Gadsden Correctional Institution. And there's a good chance they might kill me and they might kill her. But it's okay because I live on a compound. But I just got tired of, I already went into this on one of my streams that I ended up deleting. But guys, I mean, you got to help me get this out.
You ever use booby traps on a compound? Like, I'm talking like old-fashioned booby traps.
I don't want to say for legal reasons.
Okay.
And because I wouldn't want the enemy to see them coming. There could be enemies listening to this. There probably are enemies listening to the stream.
Understandable.
But yeah, listen, you guys want to? I mean, I have information on Epstein, bro, and I'm telling you where I got it from. If they kill me, the information I got on Jeffrey Epstein is from this girl Lauren Wombles. If they kill me, I just want you guys to know, if they kill me, it wasn't an accident. And I mean, I've already gotten the word out on this anyway. So if they kill me, it's going to look like it was on purpose. But I am in fear for my life about this shit, guys. I'm not going to lie to you. I mean, I'm in fear for my life about this shit. But the good news is, for them, not for us, I guess. But the good news is for them and for me not dying is the Epstein shit has been probably destroyed by now, because you cannot release that shit. It will cause the collapse of the U.S. economy. There's so many people that got tricked and entangled, and I'm telling you, bro, you can talk to Lauren Wombles, aka Aubrey Gold, about this shit. They would have her giving oral sex to one of these corporate executives, and there'd be like 3 other girls in the room that are 18 years old, and they would sneak a 16-year-old in there, and that's how they would blackmail these people. That's what they were doing on that island.
Yeah. Amazing.
That's how they were getting them. And so a lot of these people on the island, they were, they thought they were sleeping with 18-year-old girls, barely legals. And then they would sneak a 16-year-old in there. This is what she told me. You can believe me or you cannot believe me. You could try to talk to Lauren about it, but it's hard to get her to open up about it because she's being paid $1 million. She's probably getting like $2 or $3 million when she gets out. That's why these girls aren't talking about it. They're being paid not to talk about it. The victims don't want it coming out. The victims don't want this to come out because then they don't get any more money. If the truth comes out about this shit, the victims don't get their money. The victims have been paid off.
I heard there was girls as young as 13 on that island.
Yeah, they're all getting paid off. Well, here's the deal, right? Lauren Wombles looked like she was a teenager. She was 18 years old, but she looked like a younger teenager.
Yeah.
There's girls that are like the girl I dated, Bren. People used to bro, I'm not gonna lie. Me and her got pulled over. We were doing activism, and they were about to arrest me. But they saw her ID and they saw that she was 18. Back when I dated Bren.
Yeah.
How old do you guys think Bren is when she joined Republic of Florida Militia? Hold on. So this is...
It's funny to me. Why is it that the left hates the right of self-defense?
So this is Bren. I got Bren on the screen. I want to ask you guys, how old does Bren look in this picture? How old do you think she looks?
I don't see the picture.
Oh, you don't see it? It's on the screen.
Oh, yeah. There's a delay, I think there is. I was on 2 devices.
Okay. She was 18 when this picture was taken. Because you got to be 18 years old to join ROF. When I was in ROF, we did not recruit anybody under the age of 18. Right? So, bro, I got pulled over by the police because they thought I was holding hands with an underage girl. I got pulled over by the police, and they asked to see her driver's license, and they verified that she was 18, and I was 19 at the time. But when I was 19, I looked like I was about 30, because I'm a big, hairy dude. And then when she was 18, she probably looked like, I don't even want to say, yeah, bro, I don't even want to say how old she looked. I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say it, bro. Let's just say she looked young and leave it at that.
She has a baby face. That's pretty much.
Yeah, and even today, she's married now. Even today, she's got a baby face. We're almost the same age. She's 29 now, and she looks like she's about 20, even though she's 29. And so what was happening on Epstein Island is they had older-looking teenage girls, and then they had porn stars that were 18 years old. Lauren Wombles, a.k.a. Aubrey Gold, was on Epstein Island, right? But see, Lauren told me the whole story. She was in LaCroix, and she was in, I'm trying to think where else she was. She was in the U.S. Virgin Islands. She was hanging out in St. Vincent and St. LaCroix. You guys know where those places are? And then from there, she met with a guy that was basically, he wasn't in the porn industry. She was already doing porn on that region. And she met a guy there that was like, hey, you want to go party with some rich people and get paid $20,000 a night to hang out with these rich guys. That type of thing. It's just, whatever the rich guys want, you do it. No questions asked. But you'll get $20,000 for a couple days worth of work. Right? And so that's what she was doing. And she was on Little St. James Island, a.k.a. Epstein Island, and and I mean, I could tell you guys how to contact her. She's on. You know about the Securus app, right?
Yeah.
But hopefully I'll put to rest the Epstein thing, guys. Let me reassure you guys that the Epstein files are not going to ever be released because it's a matter of national security. You have high-ranking, yeah, you have captains of industry, you have high-ranking government officials. They got everybody. Everybody, they got them. There was hidden cameras, and they've got blackmail on so many people. It's not even funny. I'm going to give you guys a news flash, bro. Billionaires like having sex with teenage girls. Usually they go for 18-year-olds because it's legal, right? But that's what billionaires do, bro. They like girls that haven't slept with tons of men. They like girls that are young. That's how they like them. This is either here or there. I don't want to get into that conversation because, I mean, people freak out when you have this conversation, right? But the truth of the matter is cavemen. What do you think cavemen were fucking? You think cavemen were waiting till they're 20 to fuck? No. And it's either here nor there. The fact of the matter is billionaires will pay for that, and they do, right? And Epstein knew this. And so he made his little island retreat, and there's already tons of other people that did this, but his was a twist, and it was funded by the Mossad. This guy had no money, but he had ties to the Israeli government. And so he started the most massive honeypot operation ever, and it was just too fucking easy because these people wouldn't see the hidden cameras and stuff. And so they had dirt on literally everybody. And Epstein was about to talk about it, which is why they killed him. And Kash Patel is sitting there looking like he's about to have a heart attack. Yeah, no shit. They're willing to kill people to keep this information from getting out. Because if this information gets out, it's going to collapse the entire United States. There's no way you can do it. You can't arrest presidents of countries and stuff. You can't. I mean, if you release that list, the entire Western world is going to collapse, guys. I'm being honest with you. The sheer number of people on that list. And so we can put it to bed tonight that list is never going to get released. And at least you can rest assured that all the victims are going to be paid off. They're going to have money forever. It's over with. And a lot of those people were tricked. And Trump actually tried to drop the hint about that, believe it or not. He said, some people will be wrongly accused. Well, the reason he was saying that is you got a room full of 18-year-old girls, and they sneak one or two 16-year-olds in there to deliberately entrap those guys. And it's what they did.
It's kind of like how an underage girl sometimes will lie about her age to get with an older man. I mean,
only they were deliberately entrapping these people with that. That's what they were doing. You have a room with they set up your dream fantasy where there's 4 girls in the bed with you, and you don't realize that 3 of the 4 are 18 and legal, and 1 of them's not. And you're so busy wrapped up in the fantasy, your brain has shut down in this sexual panacea that you're in, and you don't realize that one of these girls is not legal. 3 of them are, 1 of them's not.
Yeah.
And that's what Epstein did, bro. And it wasn't just Epstein; it was the Mossad, it was Israeli intelligence, and that's so they could control the United States. And this is information that I got from a very reliable source that was there, Lauren Wombles.
I don't think they'll be able to control the United States forever. That's what I think. I mean,
well, they will lose control if this comes out, because the public will demand that everybody on that list get arrested, and you cannot arrest all the heads of all these companies, all the CEOs, all the presidents of all these countries. I mean, you have leaders of NATO that are you can't do that. The entire Western world as we know it will collapse. The very value of the US dollar, which is already teetering, will crumble. You cannot release that list, bro. And it's because it's a matter of national security. The sheer number of people on that freaking list is insane. And most of them slept with, there was a handful of girls that were under 18 mixed in with the 18-year-old ones. And then, most of them were not sleeping with, because they had the really fucked up ones that were in the cult or whatever that were sleeping with girls even younger than that. But what they do to muddy the waters is they mix everything up. This is a complicated operation. They've really muddied the waters on this shit.
Did they ever does this ever know what that building, what that blue stripe building?
I mean, there's a bunker on the building. Listen, Lauren Wombles told me there was a doomsday bunker, like a nuclear bomb shelter on Little St. James Island. And I look at it on Google Maps and I'm like, what the fuck? There is a bunker in Little St. This is what Lauren Wombles told me. She told me that, you know what I'm saying? Where's the bomb shelter? This is the reported bomb shelter. You could see the entrance of it right there.
So what was that major building? What did that serve as? That blue and white
It was
building.
like some kind of strange temple where they had weird satanic shit going on. And then you had the pool over here. This is where Lauren Wombles was hanging out. So she was, you know, just doing freaky poolside shit. Like what you see in one of those freaky porn videos. You know, and then you notice there's these little shacks out here. And this is where guys would have their little private weekend. And it's not only for blackmail, it's also for bribery. Right? So it's not just a blackmail thing, it's also a bribery thing. So you tell a guy, like, look, man, I'm going to do you a real solid, and I'm going to give you, like, the experience of your dreams. You're going to have, like, 4 girls in the bed with you at the same time. And in exchange, you're going to do this for me. So it's a bribery thing and a blackmail thing. If the bribery doesn't work, well, guess what? They got you on camera, and then one of those girls, it turns out, wasn't 18. One of those girls was 16 or however old.
Yeah.
And they would deliberately find very young girls that looked like they were older, and then they would find, you know, girls in their 20s that looked like they were younger. And this is the psyop they did, bro. And like I said, Lauren Wombles was there, and she was a part of this, and she told me all about it. And so she basically has the Epstein list. I talked to her. She's at Lowell Correctional Institution. I talked to her. They had a cell phone in there. I talked to her for about an hour. She called me, and she told me everything. I don't think she personally met Epstein. That's the crazy thing. But she heard all types of stuff about Epstein. That's another thing. Epstein really hid in the shadows. Epstein himself wasn't really involved personally with a lot of this stuff. Some of it he was involved in. I think, obviously, Epstein himself engaged in some of the sexual stuff. I mean, if you're going to set up a giant sex island, then I guess you're probably going to, you know, and these sex islands, again, most of them are legal. You know, they go to the AVN Porn Star Awards, and they find brand new girls that, like, just started porn, and they say, hey, you want to go sleep with some billionaires on an island? And most of this shit is legal. And this stuff already existed, and they just took this and they turned it into a psyop, and they mixed some girls in there that were underage, and they got people, you know, further and further down the rabbit hole. And, bro, there's thousands of important people that went to that island. And not only just that, it's like their kids and shit. Like, apparently there was a guy there that was a corporate executive, and he brought his son, and he wanted his son, weird shit. Like, you want your son to sleep with a porn star? It's like some weird shit. But apparently, like, that's what happened. Like, for his birthday, he bought his son a night with, you know, Aubrey Gold, aka Lauren Wombles. You know, and so this shit is just crazy to me.
Speaking of that, what do you think about all these school teachers getting caught with underage boys?
Who?
What do you think about all these school teachers getting caught with underage boys and going to jail?
The female ones?
Yeah.
I believe it 100% because I had a relationship with one of the faculty that worked at my school. It wasn't a teacher. It was one of the office worker faculty people. You know, and she was technically like an intern. She was studying at a university, and I went to like a fucked up secondary school before I transitioned to a regular high school because I had like behavioral issues. So, they had a program, the FSU psychology program, where they would bring college girls there on internships. Well, I was like 17 years old, and like this girl was only like a couple years older than me. She was in college, and so I would go down to the office because I was doing the transition program, because I was transitioning to Leon High School from Pace. It doesn't exist anymore. They bulldozed the place, but that's where I went. And so when I was transitioning from Pace to Leon, she was, I would see her in the office because she worked up there a lot, right? And I got to chatting with her, and I got her number, and I added her on Facebook, and me and her had like it wasn't like a relationship, it was just like a fling. So I believe it. I had another teacher that was female that I didn't have sex with her, but like I had her on Facebook and I talked to her on the phone. So yeah, I mean it's entirely believable that these female teachers are fucking male students. It happens.
Well,
100%
they're
happens.
messing around with students as 13 and younger a lot of times. You got basically.
Oh, that's weird, bro.
You got I've heard
weird.
stories of where boys that are not even went through puberty yet are doing this too. It's like, what the?
It's crazy to me that these women, I don't know what's gotten into their heads, these female teachers, but yeah, it is becoming a problem, bro. Female teachers are getting caught sleeping with students. And I think it may be that pornography is normalizing it. That might be what it is.
I think another reason is the feminization of the classroom. We don't have any male teachers. A lot of times, I don't think the public school system is that good. I really think that you should homeschool your kids. But at the same time, I do believe that you should basically you have a lot of these female school teachers who are actually married and doing this. Well, they don't have a husband. They have a husband they could go to. And that's crazy to me. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've heard of, middle school teachers doing this a lot. You know what I mean? And they always get caught because
you think it'd be the males. No, it's the females.
Yeah.
The males, like you would think the male teachers, especially in high schools, you'd think there'd be an issue with them with like female. I remember one time, it's weird. Nobody seems to notice this, but I know for a fact that a soccer coach ended up marrying one of the soccer girls after she turned 18. And there was a big controversy over this, but nobody could do anything about it because by the time he wasn't working there anymore, and so they couldn't do anything about it. But I remember like locally in Leon County, there was a controversy because the soccer coach at a high school a few years later ends up marrying one of the fucking, and so it's like, that's strange.
I've heard a story out of Florida a while back.
Yeah, but nanny. it is women more than men though. You'd think it'd be the men that are doing this, but nah. There's a big problem with like female teachers like sleeping with students. It's
There's
actually
a greater
very big problem.
consequence if you're a man. I think one of the reasons is men know there's a greater consequence if you do this.
If women do it, it's like, oh, okay, well, that's whatever. But I don't know. It's just weird. It's like I guess it's like a double standard.
It is because a lot of think, oh, that boy got lucky. Like, no, well, a lot of times you have boys that aren't even going through puberty yet.
Yeah, it's fucked up. That's weird. That's weird. That's weirdo shit. Anybody that wants to have sex with somebody that hasn't even reached sexual maturity yet, I really am on the wood chipper shit with that. Like, how J.D. DeLay talks about the wood chipper?
Yeah.
Now, if you get caught up in some Elvis Presley type shit, you don't know what I'm talking about, Google Elvis Presley, how old was his wife? Okay, that's 14. One thing. Yeah, because that person's reached sexual maturity. You should still know not to do that. You're still dead ass wrong for that. But I don't think you should be thrown in a wood chipper for that. But people that have sex with people that haven't even reached sexual maturity should be thrown in a wood chipper, 100%.
Yeah.
If you have sex with a person that hasn't even reached sexual maturity yet. They need to be thrown in a wood chipper, bro. There's no
Exactly.
ifs, ands, or
Exactly.
buts. That's 100% immoral. That's 100% wrong. If you sleep with somebody that's a teenager, you need to go to prison. If you sleep with somebody that's a child, literally a child, you need to be in a wood chipper. It's my opinion.
Amen.
You know,
Amen.
these people's lives gets ruined. These people are traumatized forever by that happening. So
Totally agree. And totally. Another thing I want to talk about is what are you're into different things, right? Have you ever into the paranormal stuff? You know, the
UFOs.
one of the things I like.
I had a UFO outside my house recently.
I've seen a UFO a few times.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. I mean, we're gonna be up all night, but you guys want to talk about? Hey, chat. Do you want to talk about? You want to talk about Nordics and Greys and reptilians and praying mantis beings? I mean, we could stay up all night talking about that.
Oh yeah. We could talk about that. You know, I was just you know, the one thing I will add. I said this before, but since you can't get a stun gun, I'd get yourself a slapjack.
Yeah.
Because the slapjack is basically I don't know if you can legally have this, but a slapjack
I think slapjacks are legal everywhere. I think that's the cool thing about them.
not everywhere.
Not
Maybe
everywhere?
in your state. Not legal to carry everywhere because these things are pretty powerful. They're basically leather and lead. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's if you use this, I'll tell you, you gotta have a good reason to use it. But
Yeah.
it's a good. I noticed that you have knives and everything, but you have nothing for impact. You have no
I have batons
impact.
and stuff.
Oh, so you don't need a slapjack. You got a baton.
Yeah.
You know?
For me, impact weapons don't make a lot of sense because rather than use an impact weapon, I'd rather just like stab. You know, why would I use an impact weapon when I can stab? But
Depends on the
that's just me.
situation.
It does.
I like to have a variety of different tools at my disposal.
I mean, some people like the batons because they're kind of like an intermediate option in terms of lethality. So they're kind of like they're kind of like a good middle ground. That's how some people view it. If somebody's coming after you, you can hit their hands and their arms with a baton and break their hands and arms, but you won't kill them. Me personally, I like the pepper ball. You know, I think pepper ball is an underutilized weapon. I think it's an underutilized tool, and it can be.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
But the thing about pepper balls is you have to have a certain amount of distance between you and your attacker. You understand?
Yeah. If you have somebody that's on Flocka, or like Flocka, which is like one of these extreme street drugs that turns people into literal zombies and they can't feel any pain, a pepper ball may not stop them.
I would also say, have you tried the kinetic rounds? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's still not going to stop somebody on Flocka. They've had police officers unload an entire Glock 17 clip, and it didn't stop a guy on Flocka. So, I mean, it brought him down because he bled out, but up until he bled out, he kept going.
Well, okay, I understand. Have you tried those net launcher guns? You can get some of those.
Oh, the SpongeBob guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a very disturbing SpongeBob episode.
No. Well, no, I'm talking about there's actually a device you can actually get that shoots out a net.
Have any of you guys seen in my comment section a girl named Chelsea Kenny who looks like the girl from Wendy's? You know, like the Wendy's logo? I'm going to show you. I got a picture of her. Hold on.
No.
For reference.
Anyway,
I think I got it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but the one thing I noticed that you have these less than lethals, right? But you have no lethal backups. That's the biggest thing I've noticed.
Yeah,
I don't. It's good to have less than lethal. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean? But like you said, a guy on flak is not going to go down. So you're going to need something like maybe like like a repeating crossbow.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're gonna have to, or basically like a PCP air rifle or pistol.
Yeah.
You know what a Hotson Blitz can do, can go right through a car door. Have you seen what a Hotson Blitz can do?
No, I haven't.
The Hotson
This
Blitz,
is
bro.
a particularly intense pepper ball round, kinetic round.
Well, I'll put it this way: if you want to get a more, rifle launcher, I would suggest going to Modern Combat Sports. You can get one that's like fully automatic launcher. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you can get a shotgun launcher.
Okay,
HDB.
you guys know this girl right here?
I
This
think
girl
you
right here.
introduced me to her.
Yeah. So that's the thing. I dated her, and I lost my train of thought about what I was going to say about her. I was so busy looking for pictures of her. But maybe I'll get my train of thought back. What were we talking about before then?
We're talking about like the various launchers you can get.
No, before that. Right before that.
Oh
talking
yeah,
about,
I was talking about that.
Yeah, I think we were talking about like what were we talking about that involved her specifically? Damn it, man. All right, I lost my train of thought. This happens sometimes. We're live, teleprompter free. Infowars.com.
So yeah.
We're breaking the conditioning.
I used to listen to Alex Jones. I got started with Alex Jones when it comes to my awakening, you could say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alex Jones is pretty cool. Pretty fun to watch.
You know what? You can look up on YouTube. Look up Hotson Blitz on YouTube. I think that your viewers will love that. That's perfect for a felon, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll lose monetization on that. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've had kind of a dry spell with the amount of money I'm making through AdSense, and I use AdSense to fund my tactical stuff and my reviews I do on things. So
Okay.
I put the money back into the operation, and that's why I'm willing to stay up as late as I need to tonight. As long as we have people watching, I'm gonna keep doing the stream.
Okay.
But I don't want to watch anything copyright unless people start dropping super chats. I think that's fair. If you want me to strip my monetization away from this video, because we need more monetization, we're struggling, and this is gonna put money back in the operation.
These are just other YouTubers. One YouTuber you can go to is DK Spencer. Now that guy is awesome. He got a lot of the less lethal launchers, the PCPs. He tests a lot of them. He basically has these ballistic dummies he uses. Amazing. He's a really cool guy. He's got a good sense of humor. He's up in Virginia.
Yeah.
Telegram is better.
John said that he recommends me getting a Patreon. I don't think I want a Patreon, man. It feels scummy me getting a Patreon.
I would suggest a subscribe star.
I really don't even like asking for super chats. I fucking hate doing it. But like if people do send me money, I'm going to put it back into the operation. 100%.
Do you grow your own food? Do you grow your own food?
Yeah. I mean, this is a farm. I live on a farm. I got peach trees and orange trees and stuff.
Do you have livestock?
No, we don't have livestock. I was gonna get livestock.
I would suggest getting livestock, like chickens and goats.
Yeah,
those
I think
are the best livestock.
I was gonna do that with Nicole, but her mental health problems were so damn insurmountable that that never really came to fruition, did it? But I think.
Well, don't let that get you down, bro. Keep because I tell you, raising eggs, you know what I mean, being an egg farmer, that's food you're gonna have for a long. You're gonna have a chicken in the pot when you need it.
Yeah.
And you can have goats that can produce milk.
Yeah.
That is basically something, and they don't require a lot of land.
Yeah.
A lot of upkeep like you would have with cattle. You know,
Yeah.
I would suggest it. Mhm.
Yeah, that could definitely, it's definitely something I want to look into, particularly chickens.
Yeah.
But we'll just see. We're just gonna have to see the way things go. This
Yeah.
this video on loop is a great video to have on loop because it also shows the merchandise I sell. If people don't want to send super chats, they can buy merchandise from me from
Yeah,
my
with
fourth wall
that
store.
shield, you need something like a baton
So
for
guys,
that shield.
let me tell you something about the merchandise I sell in my store. I sell a wide variety of very cool camouflage patterns that I design myself, and you can see this on the store. If somebody buys something right now that's like expensive on there, or if somebody buys something, a couple things on there, you'll push me over the current $100 threshold, and I'll get my check from them. So right now they're holding my money hostage because they won't pay me until I've made $100 on this cycle, and so I've got like $89 that they're holding hostage, and they won't let me have it until I've made $100 in this cycle. So if anybody goes to my fourth wall store and purchases something, there's a good chance you'll push me over to the $100 depending on what you buy. We're close, but just know that that's money that I could put back into the operation. So if you haven't already,
Very,
please
very
check out
good.
the fourth wall store.
Very, very good. I would just tell you that yeah, there's and when you get a little money, I would suggest getting a repeating crossbow.
I tell you what we're
You
gonna
know?
do. You're watching the screen right now, Slingshot?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Check me out real quick.
I am seeing you.
Okay, hold on.
I had to recharge my phone a little bit.
All right, so you're probably gonna log off in a bit.
No, I'm just recharging while I'm talking to you.
Okay, so we're in the camo section of my site right now. Guys, check it out. This is an excellent gift for your girlfriend. I've got a camouflage pattern that has some girly elements,
Okay.
but it's also like a real CAD pat type pattern, right? It's so it'll
All right.
blend in, but it's got some of that girly flair. Women like that. They like the color pink or whatever.
Oh yeah,
They're
definitely.
obsessed with it.
I'll tell you what, that riot shield you got there, I think it's effective with a baton. It's
Yeah,
effective,
yeah,
most
yeah.
effective
It
with a
is.
baton.
You can use it with a baton. Guys, check it out. Check out. I got the camouflage Hawaiian shirts that I sell. These have been a big hit, but nobody's been buying them recently. But they're badass, and you've seen in several of my videos I've worn these camouflage Hawaiian shirts. The reason the camouflage Hawaiian shirts are so badass, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to tell them, right? Slingshot, why are these so badass?
Oh, they look cutesy, and for the ladies, with
Well,
camo,
it's also,
green.
yeah. So you're gonna blend in with your environment, but you'll be gray man at the same time.
Oh yeah.
So if you're a gray man theory type guy, but you also like tactical stuff, this is the perfect thing. You got these camouflage Hawaiian shirts, and you guys have seen me wear them in several of my videos.
Oh
If
yeah,
you're
you're very
interested,
similar to what's that guy, Jeffrey Tambone, Bone Tactical.
Greg Tambone. Now his shirts are not. I'm going to tell you why I believe my shirts are better than Bone Tactical.
Okay.
Because my shirts are not reversible. So he's got multicam on one side, regular Hawaiian shirt on the other. Mine is just a camouflage pattern that looks like Hawaiian print. So you don't have to flip it. You don't have to flip it and go into tactical mode, reversing it like Bone Tacticals. So Bone Tactical is pissed off because I've made a product that's more clever than what he came up with. I mean, it's
Okay.
capitalism, and Bone Tactical is not happy about this. Greg Tambone is not happy about this at all. The
What
fact
do
that
you think about his knives? I think I have one of his products. I have like a bone breaker keychain tool.
they're all right. I think he gets a little carried away with calling his knives the best knives in the world, but that's a little bit
Yeah.
subjective. You guys have seen me wear these. These are my rash guard shirts. You notice I got it in a splinter pattern. We've got all types of camouflage products on the site, guys. We got some amazing products. We got the St. Mark's pattern, which is an amazing palm frond pattern. If you like hunting in areas that has palm fronds, you know,
Have you
I've absolutely got all type. I've even got camouflage socks. I'm one of the only guys you can buy multicam socks from, or Schmidt-Tech Shamdrake, or Schwoodland, or Haystacks IX. Again, it's for copyright reasons. I can't. Here's Boomer Tarn, Ben Cott Tamewood, and then
what about? Do you have any good cargo pants?
Don't forget the useless camouflage pattern, UCP. Useless camouflage pattern. I don't really sell any good cargo pants yet. That's not. I mostly sell rash guard material, which is good for hunting and good for martial arts.
Yeah.
But this is good stuff, guys. I mean, this splinter pattern is good. And if you want something that really, really, really blends in, we have some more advanced. We do have track pants that are in the St. Mark's camo pattern. But yeah, we have camouflage socks. We have these camouflage tube masks. We have camouflage patterns that were developed by artificial intelligence. Here is a photo camo.
I have to question, but do you ever use a gas mask?
I mean, I have a gas mask with NATO filters. It's that GI one with the big green thing that goes around it.
Oh, cool.
Here's concrete crumble, literally a picture of concrete. I just took pictures of concrete, and so this could be a good desert pattern. You know, if you live in a desert area, or if you live in a very urban area, and you want something that looks kind of normal that you could wear, that just, it doesn't really look like anything that weird. It just looks like an athletic shirt. Here's the St. Mark's pattern, and it's actual pictures of palm fronds that I took while I was at St. Mark's. So I actually have photographic camouflage patterns that I sell on my site. I took random photos of flowers. Here's some pajamas for women that are camouflage.
These
and
are
it's
pretty
actual.
Good for Florida, but I'm not sure if they would work in my seasonal environment. You know.
Here's GPT camo, which was literally a camouflage pattern that was made by ChatGPT.
Okay.
I mean, so we have some pretty advanced stuff here.
Okay.
Here is the AFRP camouflage, which is a fractal camouflage pattern that creates micro patterns and macro patterns. This is actually cutting.
For Florida.
Well, this is actually cutting edge camouflage technology. This is arguably, you're squeezing out as much performance as possible, and you've got basically diminishing returns. It would be very difficult. It would be very difficult to make a pattern better than this.
You realize these are Florida patterns.
Not all of them. This pattern is designed to literally work everywhere. We took the patterns from ATAX IX, and we put them into fractals. And we have 3D rendering with these fractals that go everywhere. This is the most high-performance intermediate pattern that money can buy, in my opinion.
Okay.
In my opinion. This fractal pattern is super fucking scientific. And I actually had scientific research compiled, and it was made with the assistance of Sora and several other, it's a composite of several fractals that I went into GIMP. I took several AI fractals, artificial intelligent fractal patterns that were different colors.
It's really good stuff. I mean,
and I combined them using GIMP. And I'm telling you right now, the scientific literature on how to make a camouflage pattern, this is one of the best camouflage patterns money can buy, simply because of the methodology of how this was made.
Does that come with a matching set of pants?
It doesn't come with a matching set of pants, but it probably will soon. We need people to test these out as well. That's another reason we need people to buy these. Guys, this clothing, I'm gonna show you real quick. I'm gonna go get one of the shirts real quick. Oh, by the way, slingshot. I want to design a camouflage pattern called the Slingshot Warrior pattern. What do you think about that?
Very good. Well, my environment's very seasonal. It's a lot of trees, a lot of like I'll send you some pictures. So
what I want
there's
you to do
summertime.
is I want you to take a picture of your environment, but also factor in other environments.
Okay. All right.
So what I'm doing these days, this is one of the rash guards I sell, and what I like about this, you see the front of it, guys? So what I'm doing now is I've been putting designs on the camouflage rash guards. So you have a camouflage shirt, but it also has cool designs on it. So on the front we have the guerrilla warfare. On the sides we have a come and take it flag. There's a come and take it, like the Texas come and take it flag, only it has a rifle. And then on this other side we have a Betsy Ross American flag on this other side. I don't know if you guys can see it that well, but there it is. And then on the back of the shirt we have this futuristic Don't Tread on Me Gadsden snake. This is the stuff I sell. This is a high quality rash guard material. It's very strong, very stretchy, very durable, and it's also dries off very, very fast. It's fast dry. It wicks moisture away. I stand by my product, guys.
Okay.
So I want people to buy this merch because you'll actually like it. This is good stuff. You know, I make the screen a little bigger so you guys can see just how high quality this stuff is.
Awesome.
This is very high quality stuff, and that's why it's not cheap, because I sell t-shirts if you want cheap crap. This is not cheap. This is high quality, stretchy, athletic, strong performance fabric. That's what this is.
Awesome.
And you got the flags on both sleeves. So when you wear like a plate carrier or something, you've got the flags on both sleeves. And then it's got just this really cool splinter pattern. And you see I got the Betsy Ross. I didn't use the regular American flag. I used the one of our founding fathers, getting back to the real America, you know? And
that's pretty good stuff.
yeah.
I got a challenge for you, bro. I was just thinking about something. You know, you have never thrown an axe, have you? You know what I mean?
I have.
You have?
Yeah. I've thrown an
My
axe.
challenge is to do a video of you axe throwing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd love to do that.
That is
So
very
guys,
nice clothing.
I don't want to harp on the merchandise too long, but we're gonna make some products for Slingshot Warrior, and then I'll give half of it. We'll split the profit 50-50. And so you'll be supporting my channel and Slingshot Warrior at the same time. And I really want to put your own product line on my site, if that's okay with you.
Okay. Done. I'll tell you this. Another thing that I'll tell you when it comes to survival and self-defense. All right. I have a friend who lives in like Australia. Highly restricted weapons laws. We're talking highly restricted. If you think it's bad here, no man, if you're a felon, you try going to Tasmania, you know, man.
Yeah.
So all he has, he can't have any crossbows because those are illegal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have a license for those. You got to have a license to own a crossbow in Australia. He can have slingshots. He can have a bow and arrow. He can't have any kind of pistol a lot of times. So I told him about, you can launch darts with a slingshot.
Yeah.
He has a bow and arrow. He has spears and blades and stuff like that. So I told him about something. You realize you can take you can actually launch darts, like darts about this size.
Yeah.
Steel darts, steel-headed darts with fletchings. and you can actually fling it forward like a bow.
Yeah.
And this is something that makes a slingshot, although slingshots can be effective with the right ammo. If you have heavy ammo or you have really good bands, don't underestimate it. I'll say that. People that don't underestimate any weapon. A slingshot may not look like much, but with the right ammo, the right bands, it can be effective, and the right person that's
Yeah.
using it.
Listen,
Mhm.
this was actually, people make fun of it, but this was the weapon of choice of Antifa. They used to use it against us. This is the reason
Yeah,
right-wing groups started carrying riot shields, because this was
exactly.
literally the Antifa used to use this as a weapon, and it was in these Democrat-run cities where nobody could have a gun. It was devastating, and there's really not that many state laws that regulate slingshots. I don't think so. I don't
No,
think Florida regulates them at all. And so
and here's the thing.
it's also got good for hunting. You could hunt with a
It is.
slingshot.
Here's the thing. I have friends in the slingshot community. I'm going to say simpleshot.com.
Yeah.
Simpleshot.com. If you want to
Yeah.
get a good slingshot, a good frame for $20, Simple Shot,
Yeah. Absolutely.
you'll get the bands, you'll get the ammunition, anything you want. It's
Yeah.
great. And the best thing about slingshots, you can put them on your person. You can carry them with you, you know. And most of the time, this weapon is not perceived as a threat. So you can shoot a slingshot without someone, shooting at a target without someone seeing you as a threat.
A lot
You know
of
what I mean?
people look at slingshots as a child's toy, which is exactly what makes them so dangerous. People don't realize how devastating, if you hit like a pumpkin, you know those fishing bobbers that are metal?
Yeah.
You can use those as projectiles.
Well, there's a lot of there's a
Yeah.
lot of projectiles. You get steel ball bearings, and we use a lot of steel ball bearings in the slingshot world.
Yeah.
And yeah, but the one when I hit that guy in the Adam's apple, that big guy in the Adam's apple,
Yeah.
I used a marble. I used a simple glass marble, and it did the trick. Simple as this,
Yeah.
you know.
Would it be possible to use a slingshot to launch a pepper ball at somebody?
Well, they've launched paintballs with slingshots, but I wouldn't suggest it.
Okay. So
Um,
you don't think
I
that
would
this
say
could be a delivery mechanism for OC spray?
a lot of things can be, but if you want to get a good slingshot, I
Yeah.
would just tell you there's a lot of great places you can get one. They're not that expensive. I mean, it's a fairly cheap hobby to be, but if you want to learn how to do it, it's an archery form. So you'll learn a lot about archery discipline.
What's
Also,
what's the most
have you ever thought about?
What's the most Gucci slingshot money could buy? If you're like, fuck it, we're balling, we wanna buy the best slingshot money could buy. Let's say Stacy just got her alimony check from her ex-husband who's fucking filthy rich, and she wants to
Uh,
go get the best slingshot money could buy. What's Stacy gonna
well,
buy?
there is a simple shot starship that you
How much
can
is it?
get. I mean, it's a wrist brace slingshot that you can change the heads on, or it
Yeah.
could be a sling bow. It could be a powerful slingshot at the same time,
Mhm.
if that's what you want. The
How
slingshots are
much
not
is
that
it?
expensive. Let's see. Let me
I'm just
let
wondering,
me
like, I'm wondering the price range. I'm wondering, like, what's the most expensive slingshot money could buy. I always wonder that with every single given thing that I want to buy. I always think, like, what would be if I wanted the very best? Like, let's say I'm searching for a new keyboard for my computer, and I want like the cherry switches, and I want like backlit keys. I want like a real mechanical keyboard, like a gamer keyboard, right? And I'm thinking to myself, like, what if I was like, money was no object? What's the best keyboard I could buy? And I don't actually buy that. I don't do that because I don't have that kind of money. But I like looking things like that up, just out of curiosity. Like, have you ever looked up like what's the best, I don't know, microwave
here
money
we
could
are.
buy just for shits and
Here we
giggles?
are. I'm about to show you. I'm about to show you.
All right.
You know, I have
I got the desktop here, so just tell me what to type in.
simpleshot.com.
Simpleshot.com. Hopefully there's nothing copyright on here.
Okay.
By the way, guys, notice I was using DuckDuckGo. Notice how there wasn't 8 billion fucking advertisements. It was simple. It was the way a search engine should actually be.
You'll get your ammunition.
Yeah.
There are different companies. But yeah, Simple Shot.
I'm going to call them up. I'm going to say, hey, man, what's your most expensive one? If it's not expensive, I don't want to buy it. That's their favorite kind of consumer right there. That's really what rich people do. They call these people, they're like, hey, what's your most expensive one? I want your flagship. You know, that's like the Gucci and Prada business model, like the Armani, Gucci and Prada business model. You could trick people into thinking that if it's expensive, therefore it's good.
Yeah.
But I think in this case, you really get more bang for your buck.
Depending on what you like.
It's all about the
now
materials.
There's different types of grips you can do. There's pinch grip. There's thumb and finger grip.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I might get an expensive ass slingshot, and the reason I say that is because if I'm stuck using a fucking slingshot, then I want the best slingshot money could buy.
Okay, Simple Shot has a wrist brace slingshot that I think you're gonna like.
Think about it. If I'm stuck using a slingshot and that's all I got, wouldn't you want it to be the best slingshot money could buy? I think so.
Well, these are some of the best slingshots money can buy on the market.
Good, because if I'm not gonna lie to you, and I know it sounds like I'm being sarcastic, if I'm using a slingshot, it's a bad day. Think about it. It's just not the first thing I'm gonna go to. So
it never is.
Yeah.
But it's a very versatile weapon. There it is. There you got your sling bows.
It's a fun hobby.
There it is. That's the one. That's the one. That's the wrist brace one that I think you're gonna love.
That zoom
right there. You got it right there on this end of this direction. Right.
I don't have you on the screen. I'm gonna put you on the screen. Which direction you want me to go? Up or down?
You're right on the money. You got to click on it. Let me show you. Let's see. How do
Axiom starter kit? It's not really
the most expensive one.
It's not the most expensive one, but that's the one you recommend right there?
Yeah, the Axiom, yeah.
Well, the first thing I notice is it's olive drab green. And that tickles my little tickle area, you know?
You can change the head for a sling bow, which you can actually use an arrow with. You can shoot arrows with that boy.
I love the color olive drab green, and anytime I see a product that's olive drab, it tickles my little autism switches up here. All my little autism neurons. Ooh, olive drab. It's like, man,
and
this is technical.
The thing is with the Axiom, you can switch the heads. You can switch. Do you see that? You see that head that has the whisker biscuit? That's something you can place an arrow. Yeah.
Do any of these come in camo by any chance?
Some of them do actually.
Yeah.
You can get them cut. You can customize it. You can call them for customization if you want.
Let me just do some browsing, okay? I know. I just want to see. I just want to see what these guys have to offer. Some of them have. Look, this is like an ornate wood texture handle. Look how beautiful this thing is.
Oh, slingshots are very beautiful these days. Do you get these customizable? You know.
I'm gonna go to the club, be like, "Hey, girl, take a look at my slingshot." You know.
There's a lot of tips that you can use for getting accuracy. There's different size steel ball bearings, different pouches. It's like but like I said, the Axiom would be your best bet because you want something that's versatile, right? It's a wrist brace slingshot, and it can change head, and you can actually shoot arrows with that. Okay, isn't that perfect for you?
One of the guys in the chat says that you have a vocal tic.
I'm autistic.
Yeah, I mean, I got vocal tics too. I'm pretty sure. But you got one of the coolest vocal tics you have. Actually, makes me it like you do the thing that Grand Theft Auto 5, the genius on
Yeah.
there named Lester.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do the thing that he does. Like, there's this
I
thing
don't.
where, like, I don't know what it is. It's like basically
Yeah.
like where you kind of like chuckle at your own joke, kind of.
Yeah.
But he's like
Look up. Yeah.
he's like the genius in Grand Theft Auto 5. It reminds me of him.
Oh, thank you. Look up you were right on. You just go up and click on the Axiom.
Well, I mean, I want to look at all these. I mean, we looked at the
Okay.
Axiom a second ago. Here's the
Okay.
Hammer XT. Is that any good?
Oh, baby. The Hammer XT.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're talking good stuff right there.
I could just imagine, bro, low profile. This shit's a chick magnet. People think that slingshots are like some nerdy thing. Bro, imagine telling a girl that you have a Hammer XT. That shit just sounds sexy as fuck. Hey, girl, I got a Hammer XT over here. She's going to be like,
I'll put it this way.
yeah.
Slingshots are not as nerdy as they used to be. Zachary Fowler has made slingshots cool again.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, bro.
There's that news. Sorry, and there's that news story that happened up in.
You tell a girl you got a Hammer XT.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah. Hey,
see,
ladies, I got a Hammer
now that
XT.
one, the black one, that's the one that you can change the heads on that black one over there. You know what I mean? You can basically, if you want a sling bow, which is basically something you can shoot arrows with, and that is a game changer because now you have something you can actually pull back and like Rambo and shoot arrows with in your own way.
This is pretty based.
Yeah.
This is pretty based. I'm not gonna lie, like this is the fact that people don't know about this. It's like I don't know, people. We at least got to look into this. I need to buy a slingshot, 100%. I think I will. I think I'm gonna buy a slingshot.
Okay.
100%.
And look at the ammunition. The ammunition is great. The steel ball bearings. 3/8 steel is some of the best steel to use. You can go bigger if you want to. 12 millimeter.
What about anthrax or like belladonna or hemlock or depleted uranium? Is there possible can we really shoot toxic radioactive substances at people? Like maybe
Sure you could, but you'd be hurting yourself if you did. Now that is a good one. Like I said, that is the Axiom. Now that's $79.99. That's a good price. That's an expensive price. But the thing is that you're getting like slingshot. You can replace the heads on. You can go from sling bow to slingshot with that. And that means,
pretty cool.
Think about it like this: with a bow, with a conventional bow, what do you got to do with conventional bow? It's very cumbersome, isn't it? It's hard to carry around, isn't it? It's like you got to carry around because it's like you carrying a stick around, right?
Yeah.
It's very difficult. With this, you know what I mean? You can actually put this in your backpack, or and you got an instant bow and arrow.
I'm looking at this chicken target.
Oh yeah, it's a good target. There's the cowbell.
Yeah, bro. I'm gonna pull up on girls at the mall. Be like, hey, check out my shrilling chicken.
And with the slings, you can find other brands, but there are slingshots that are different styles, different colors. It's like art meeting function at the same time.
Yeah,
people
it's definitely impressive. The advances in slingshot technology. It's come a long way from that shit we used to buy at Walmart with the big yellow cord on it.
I know.
We've come a long way from that, and hopefully we're not going back to that. So
nope.
This is different, and it looks like it's got a lot more oomph. You know what I mean? It looks like now. Okay, so ballistically speaking, how fast are these objects traveling? I guess that depends on the slingshot model, correct? And the
It
projectile being
depends on
used.
the bands. Okay, flat bands will basically go really fast. You know, if you're dealing with heavy flat bands, we're talking like with zip. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And depending on the ammunition, like say how heavy the ball is you're dealing with.
Do any
And
of
so it's
these rival firearm ballistics, or is that impossible to achieve with a slingshot?
that's impossible to achieve, but you can make a slingshot that can go right through someone's skull,
There you go. And then
just not the same velocity.
I assume that there's projectiles that are sharp, like knives, right? And you can't shoot like a knife out of a gun.
No, you can shoot at darts from a slingshot, and this
Right. So
I don't think this one there are darts you can buy, and you
yeah,
can buy
so
them.
excellent. What we'll do is we'll get a girl with HIV, and we'll like poke the needle, the dart into her, and then we'll tell people like, hey, bro, fuck around and find out.
Yeah,
By the way, I'm joking, guys.
I
You
know.
know,
But
there's
the
gonna be
point
somebody
is,
in the chat that thinks I'm for real.
you can look up on Amazon slingshot darts, and you'll find the
Yeah.
darts that can go along with. I don't think they have it on this site. There's darts, but yeah, you can get like a sling bow that's effective. You can get like a sling bow that basically think about like a bow and arrow is a very difficult thing to carry around. So it takes a
Yeah.
lot of the burden if you've got a sling bow, right? You know, it's like
Well, and they're quiet too. They're nice and
yeah.
quiet, and they don't you know, it's is there any way to like make ammunition for them? Like if you want to be like MacGyver, is there any way you could
You
just
can,
field
you
craft
can,
like
but
rocks or whatever?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't suggest using rocks.
Well, yeah, I'm saying, but
I
as
would
a
say
last
round.
resort, what can you use? Is there
Okay,
any random thing you can use that you would find in
you
your
can use
environment?
different things. I'm gonna say you can use. It is versatile like that.
Yeah.
But the best ammunition to use is round and smooth. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Like steel ball bearings, lead ball, marbles, even like
What about the
like
bones of my enemies? So what if I
well,
kill some enemy
well,
soldiers and
here's something
cut their
else you can
body up
make.
into pieces?
You
Use
can
their
use clay.
bones.
Um, you can use clay. You can use clay balls.
Yeah,
You know what
imagine
I mean?
how demoralizing it is if I take one of the enemy troops' fallen comrades and I'm literally slingshotting the bones of their fallen comrades at them. Can you imagine how demoralizing that is? Yeah, motherfucker, that's your friend, and I'm launching your friend's bones at you. That's some
Yeah, but
sick shit right there.
there's clay. Okay, you can make clay balls. Like
Yeah, absolutely.
you can make you can make clay balls out of like if you got clay in your Florida area.
And
Basically, you can dry them out in the sun.
I'll get the clay balls and I'll infuse them with the blood of my enemies, and
Yeah.
I'll be launching clay balls with the blood of my slain enemies at my enemies.
Oh yeah.
And then like I'll test all my enemies, and I'll see which one of them has HIV, and I'll specifically use that blood. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's 11:50, and I start getting kind of crazy this time of night. It
All
starts
right.
coming out.
But the thing is, yeah, you like the slingshots.
We probably
And
just
that's good.
lost
I like them too.
monetization.
It's like, it would be interesting to see you actually test a few of these out on your channel. Mhm.
Yeah, that could work.
Another thing I would suggest if you ever want to try it is the shepherd sling, the old school sling that shoots more heavier projectiles. Have you ever tried that? Like I can't do it. I tried it. I'm somewhat successful with it. Basically, it requires a certain upper body balance dance, like with your arms.
What do you?
You know what I mean?
You're talking about cocking the crossbow back with one arm?
No, the shepherd sling, where you basically have.
I don't have a lot of experience with slings, so no, I've used a slingshot maybe a couple times. Like it wasn't really something I did that many times.
Well, what I would suggest to you is getting one of those sling bows from Simple Shot. and shooting arrows with it.
Yeah.
Now you got your Rambo bow, like you got your version of Rambo right there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's something you can have as a felon. That sling bow where you have arrows that you can shoot.
Oh, trust me, I'm definitely gonna look into this, and I'm gonna come up with. Listen, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I'm gonna ruin it for everybody. They're gonna ban these for felons because of me. I'm gonna ruin it for everybody. Listen, I'm gonna get a slingshot, and like I'm gonna. They're by the time I'm done with this, they're gonna be like, okay, you remember how we said felons can have slingshots? Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. Jereb's ruined it for everybody. Felons can't have slingshots anymore.
All right. Can you go to Amazon?
I'm gonna do some
Can you
outright
go to Amazon?
devious, evil shit with my slingshot.
Okay.
I'm kidding.
All right, Jared. Can you go to Amazon?
Yeah, I go to
Scroll
Amazon. What do you want me to pull up?
Slingshot darts.
Okay. Here we go. Slingshot darts. We're doing this. We got it up. What are we looking up now?
Yeah, just look up slingshot darts. You'll see.
It's up. I got it up on the screen.
I can't see it. Yeah, sorry. It's a time delay for me.
Oh, okay. All right.
Forgive me. I have a time delay between devices.
Okay.
It takes a little bit time for me. I gotta
time delay.
Yeah.
All right.
You know how that is,
Oh man, you're right. There's some major latency.
Yeah.
You're right. Holy shit, there is a time delay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't see it yet. I'm waiting for it.
Stuart Remington, why are you making fun of my guest? He's got some speech quirks. Stop making fun of him. It's not funny.
Look, now those are fishing darts. What you want is the hunting ones.
Quit bullying my guests, Stuart.
Yeah.
Stuart Remington, stop. Why are you doing that?
I have to go to Florida and meet you. I really do. What do you want?
He gets it. He knows he's got some speech quirks. We all got our quirks.
Yeah, we all have our quirks. Anyway,
we're all Chuds here. This is the Chud Uprising. Yeah. This isn't the Normie Uprising. This is the Chud Uprising.
Look up slingshot hunting darts.
Slingshot hunting dart. Let's see.
Darts, yeah.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on. And catch yourself a fish. OBS just had a lapse, guys. Okay, so we're reconnected on OBS. Guys,
you can't actually. It's called dart fishing. Look it up.
Yeah, dart fishing sounds fun, like literally shooting the dart straight into the water.
Yeah.
Hopefully we got rid of this latency problem. I'm gonna refresh
it's okay.
Yeah, it's just weird. Like this is really behind. Yeah, this is just really behind, It's okay though. It's just a little bit of latency. Nothing that it's just behind a little bit.
It's okay. It's nothing wrong with it.
Just a delay. It's normal for streaming. You want there to be a little bit of latency. I think that makes the stream health better. I don't know exactly how that works. All right, so what do you want me to click on?
I'm looking up the ones with fletchings, the darts that you have, the hook darts with fletchings. That's what I'm trying to. Oh,
the hook darts
with
fletchings.
That. Yeah. The ones with the fletchings. Those are the hunting versions.
Yeah.
And, they had it here before on Amazon. You just go scroll down, I guess.
Do you want to just type in fleshings?
No, it should be the hunting darts. Go down.
Well, there's the yellow Walmart ones. The yellow Walmart slingshot. The one that we all got in trouble with when we were kids. You know, we probably broke somebody's window out or something. Most likely.
Had them here before, the ones with the fleshings.
Well, you know, Amazon's finicky. Especially with China. With the situation with China. You know?
Before they had those hunting darts.
Oh, by the way, we can't say anything negative about China on the stream. By the way, for the record, we fucking love the People's Republic of China.
Oh, yeah, we love it. We love it. I have
We
a friend
love
there.
him. Chairman Mao is that's that fucking dude. Don't say anything bad about China on YouTube ever. Trust me, you don't want to say anything bad about China on YouTube. Don't do it. We love the Chinese Communist Party. Yeah, we love Chairman Mao. Hail communism. We're huge fans
They got
of.
the particular kind of dart.
It works every time. Communism. It never fails. Every single time it works flawlessly.
No, those. Just look up.
Greedy capitalists never have bread lines. They don't
do a search and just look up. I don't think it's going to work out. Go do your search engine. Go back to your search engine.
Okay,
I think
let's go to DuckDuckGo. All right, what should I type into DuckDuckGo?
Slingshot darts.
Slingshot darts. All right.
Obviously, it's not on Amazon right now. I've seen them on Amazon.
It looks like what you're looking for might be on eBay.
Okay, eBay.
Is this what you're looking for right here? Is that? I mean, this looks kind of like maybe what you're looking for. This looks cool. Whatever this shit is.
Well, those are
stainless steel fishing arrow darts.
Those are fishing darts. They're not the ones I'm thinking about.
Okay.
No.
All right, so that's not it. Let's go to images.
Slingshot darts.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ones for hunting. You know, the ones that are made for hunting, not fishing.
Are they actually censoring the stream? Stuart Remington is saying that the stream is being censored.
That's the one.
Hold on a second. We need to get to the bottom of this. Chat, is YouTube like censoring me right now? Is there something weird going on with that? Are we being watched by YouTube, or the authorities or somebody? Is something weird? I mean, I know the stream timed out for a second. Hold on a second. We'll get to the darts. I need to make sure we're not being censored by YouTube. And I need the chat to tell me what's going on with that, because I got one of my guys shadow banned. Explain. Is there any evidence of this, or is it just? Is this just what we think is happening? Because I know the stream had like a latency disconnect thing, but I don't think that's any evidence that anything sinister is going on. We're still live. I mean, what's going on? Is there anything specifically that tells us, okay, so the feed's fine? I think we're good. We just had a latency problem. The connection out here is not perfect. You know, I live out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, and basically I'm on 2 devices, so.
Yeah, I mean we got OBS running. I've got another computer in here that's doing something else. I've got several devices on this network, and you know, I'm also running Telegram, and I'm also running your video stream, and I'm running, you know, I'm running we're using a lot of bandwidth right now, you know?
Oh yeah, definitely. So, look,
I mean,
okay, we got that covered. Now, you got the right stuff there, the slingshot darts.
Okay.
Those are the ones with the black and the green and yellow fletchings, the ones
on the
that,
bottom left-hand corner, or right here.
Yeah, those are the ones you can buy. You know, man.
Okay.
You know.
And you're saying these are like the fuck around and find out ones. These are no joke.
Oh yeah, no joke.
Okay.
If you it's like, I'll put it this way: you use these in a guerrilla kind of way,
Yeah.
Talking about a nut shot, it's no joke. You know,
Interesting.
basically they're barbed, so they're not coming out unless you know.
It's interesting.
Take a look. You know,
We're gonna have to research this more,
there they are.
and
There they are.
we're probably gonna be doing some product development type stuff on my site. We're probably gonna give you your own line
Yeah.
of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We're gonna have to talk
Yeah.
off stream about what you want with that.
Okay. But those are the practice darts. But the ones are those ones are good. Those Chinese ones, the ones up there on the bottom corner. Those are the ones with the arrowheads. Oh
Okay.
yeah. Okay. Now you can make these or you can buy them, depending on what you
Okay.
want to do. Yeah.
These all
Those
look
are the
very
best.
interesting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, this all looks very
And
interesting to me.
you
This
can
is
launch them
something.
with a slingshot and they'd be deadly.
Yeah,
In
this
certain areas, if
warrants.
you shoot someone in certain areas, you shoot them in the neck.
Yeah, this
That's
warrants
gonna.
more research.
You shoot them in like, let's say, the heart. In the
Yeah,
middle of the
I
heart's
wanna
gonna.
I wanna move on though from slingshots just for a little
Okay.
while.
All
Um,
right.
I want to ask the chat: is there anything the chat wants to discuss tonight?
Okay.
If
I'm
the
gonna recharge
chat,
anyway.
is there anything, or if there's anything the chuds in the chat want to ask? Um,
Sabrina, I love that. Them fishing darts are for floundering.
yeah.
Oh, Sabrina, that's hilarious. Ah, that's so funny.
Is there anything the chuds in the chat want to ask? Listen, if you got us minimized right now, you're dead wrong. No, I'm kidding. I know how it is. You got people that are working right now that listen to us while they're at work, which is probably a big mistake, because if your boss walks in and hears JordanJJereb, there's a good chance that I say something crazy, off the wall crazy. So if you're watching me right now while you're at work and your boss comes in, I hope your boss is treating you good. Oh shit. We lost Slingshot Warrior. This is the Slingshot Warrior is no longer with us. They got him. He'll call back. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, Slingshot Warrior. He'll be back in a second, I'm sure. I think he accidentally clicked off, or maybe his connection timed out. Yeah, maybe a dart hit his phone. Maybe maybe the Mossad got him. They killed the wrong guy. The Mossad was supposed to kill me, and they accidentally killed him instead. What if that happened? Like, hey man, we got Jereb and Slingshot Warrior talking about this Epstein stuff with Lauren Wombles. And then they accidentally hit Slingshot Warrior, not realizing, like, I'm the guy they got to take out. I feel so terrible, bro. They got Slingshot Warrior, bro. Slingshot Warrior, how do I know that's really you? I see him in the chat. How do I know this is not the Mossad agent that killed him? I feel like the Mossad agent killed Slingshot Warrior and picked up his phone and wants us to think that he's still alive. We need proof of life immediately. We need proof of life. Here we go. Is this the real Slingshot Warrior?
I'm back.
Okay,
It
good.
is. I'm back.
Can you start the video feed? We need to make sure it's really you.
Yeah, start to share the video feed. Okay.
The Mossad didn't kill you, right? Okay, he's good. We got
No,
proof of
something
life.
happened with the signal.
Well, listen, we were talking about Epstein earlier, so I thought
Well,
maybe
you were talking about. I wasn't talking. I don't know nothing about.
maybe they got the wrong guy. Maybe they accidentally thought that we both look similar. We both look like Chuds, so they might have
Yeah.
they might have accidentally got the wrong guy. Anyways,
Well, I do love the conversation we're having. It's an amazing conversation. It really is. We run the gambit.
it's 12:06. It's like the late night show now.
Yeah, 12:07 here. Yeah,
Thankfully, I don't have a lot of work I got to do tomorrow. I got some things I got to do
neither do
tomorrow.
I.
But yeah, it's
And I
tomorrow.
enjoyed the conversation because I actually you're a pretty cool guy.
Most of the work I do is on Thursdays. Thursdays
Yep,
and like Wednesdays are fucking hard, you know. But
it's that.
it's
Um. Anything? Well, what else can we talk about? We can talk about. Oh yeah. I always wondered to myself, and this is something that a lot of what would it be like to actually be inside the internet? That's a that's a
I
that's
don't
an
know. I
interesting.
mean, I sometimes I feel like I am inside the internet. Here's something we can talk about. Yes.
Sure.
The K bar.
Oh yeah, the K bar.
The ultimate
Um,
K bar.
awesome. I do love a good K bar.
Everybody loves a good K bar. The K bar is the best knife. Not really, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
What's not I have different types. I have a Cold Steel SRK. I have like a knockoff K bar. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
I
I
do
got
have a
the
small.
D2 Extreme. And it's pretty good.
This I told you about this knife. This is basically a Chinese cheapo, but I tell you,
That's
it's
a Gerber strong arm knockoff. Only
yeah,
slightly different. You could tell there's a little bit the tang, or actually the blade shape is actually slightly different than the Gerber strong
it's
arm.
from it's from S-Tech. It's got like a glass breaker.
Yeah.
It's very good. It's a hard plastic handle, with rubberized a pistol type grip. You've
Yeah.
seen these.
Well,
It's
that's the Gerber strong arm style of grip actually.
well, I'll put it this way: it's razor sharp out of the box. It's a
Yeah.
good beater knife. You can buy them for like $8.99 from. It's an S-Tech knife. S-Tech. That's the name of the company. I forget
Yeah.
the name of the particular name of this knife, but you can buy them. I actually customized the sheath. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, the sheath is good. I mean, I put some Rob line around the sheath, but
Which is like
yeah,
for those that don't know, that's the better than paracord cord. It
yes,
exceeds the specification. That's the thing. People are obsessed with so-called military specification. There's a lot of products you can buy that exceed military specifications. I don't really like.
yeah,
In spite of what people think about me, people think that I'm obsessed with so-called military gear. I'm really not, bro. I mean, what people don't realize is most of the gear I use is not equipment the military uses.
yeah.
It
And
just
this is
has that appearance in some ways.
Oh yeah, this is a simple knife that you can get. I mean, you can
Yeah.
buy a whole bunch of these for $8.99 on the internet,
And
right?
I do
And you
recommend
could
people
actually,
buy a bunch of knives too.
but I'm saying, but these are knives that you can actually use as trading items.
True, yeah. And it's also just the fact that I know a couple of guys that buy like Tops knives, or they
Mm.
buy these $1,000 knives, and you're going to be heartbroken if you actually take this thing out into the woods and lose it. And
Yeah,
then it's the only knife you have because you've spent so much money on this one knife.
oh
Whereas
yeah,
the guy that has a collection of relatively cheap knives, it's just better. It's just more realistic. I would say that
oh,
you could get a couple of really expensive knives, but you need to have a collection of cheap ones. 100%.
exactly. And I've started out with cheap knives. You know what I mean?
That's another thing. When you're in your early 20s, like just buy a bunch of cheap knives. It's the best thing you could possibly do.
That's what I did. I did
Don't
that.
yeah, don't buy super expensive knives when you're in your 20s.
The
You know,
one thing I suggest to people that I learned from my toys: don't buy knives with serrations.
yeah.
You
Well,
want to,
serrations are good because it helps you cut rope and shit.
yeah. But
I mean, I like
it
serrations
fits
on
in.
certain knives, but the problem with serrations is they're hard to sharpen.
Yeah, that's the
So
reason why I don't buy knives with serrations.
yeah, I just don't use the serrations that often because once the serrations are like, it's basically they're extremely difficult to sharpen. You got to take them to like a pro to sharpen them. It
Yeah,
can
I
be
know.
done, but you know. But
Um,
I like serrations on some of my knives, but it just depends on what you value. If you're cutting rope all day, then you definitely want serrations. You know.
Another thing I suggest to you is um is having some and this is what I like to do. Glue. Glue is a very important. Having different kinds of glue around could be very valuable.
Yeah, glue can be good. You know, because
Having,
I
I've
have
learned.
like dozens of rolls of duct tape. Like every once in
Oh,
a
I know.
while when I'm at the store, I'll buy like a new roll of duct tape. I buy
You
it
know what
way
else is
faster
good?
than I can use it.
Do you know what is indispensable that you should buy? It's upholstery thread. This stuff is great.
Yeah,
You can use this for different things. You can stitch with it, hard things.
yeah,
Upholstery thread is some of the toughest stuff you can get. You can buy these on Amazon. You can buy a couple spools of these. Get this upholstery thread. This
yeah,
stuff you can use for tying things together. You can use it for different things. You
yeah.
know, upholstery thread.
People
You
are
know what I mean?
so obsessed with paracord, and it's not the only cordage out there. There's better shit for
Yes,
certain things.
you need different kinds of cordage. So
Yeah,
upholstery thread is a pretty
and
tough
and
thread,
and, and
and that's what you want to get.
paracord is great, but
Yeah.
there's certain shit that is not like there's certain
Yeah.
shit that's better for different things than paracord.
Oh yeah. For example, Rob line. For example, you could make a bowstring
Yeah,
with
and you
Rob
mean
on
it's
it.
like fishing line is worth stockpiling too. Like, like especially
Oh
like
yeah.
heavy test fishing line. You could do a lot of stuff with it. And they make paracord that has fishing line in it,
Oh yeah.
and then
Now
they have
I've
that
done a lot of things.
fire cord
I'll
stuff.
I'll put it this way. I've done a lot of things with electric tape and Gorilla Glue
Yeah.
and plastic string. I was very clever with electric tape and Gorilla Glue. I found that
So
if you shellac electric tape with Gorilla Glue after you wrap it over,
so
it maintains its whole.
Sabrina is in the chat. By the way, I'm glad that
Yes, really.
I assume Sabrina is one of my subscribers now. She subscribed to me.
You want to? Yeah, she is.
I'm very thankful to have her. She leaves some very insightful comments. So I'm very lucky to have her as one of my subscribers now. I'm glad that I got her from you. That I also have her now because she
Well,
leaves great comments.
I made a promise to you,
She
and
said that
I'm the type of man who.
she said
Yeah.
scarfs. She mentioned scarfs, and
Oh yeah.
it's great that she mentioned that because I like shamags. Shamags
But
are incredible.
I'm gonna put it this way: glue is indispensable in different things, and I've learned
Yeah,
that having good adhesives is a good survival thing to have. You can build different things with good adhesives, and
you
I've
have to be
learned that.
careful with
I
storing adhesives though.
Yeah, you
I
can't. You got to be
I
yeah, you got to be careful with it,
If
but
you
at the same
stockpile
time,
adhesive, I'd put it in an ammo can,
yeah,
and
totally
then make
true.
sure there's those anti-moisture packets. You don't want the glue to dry out, and you need
No,
it as sealed
you
up as
don't.
possible.
But having good adhesive around, like like Gorilla Glue, now that stuff is really good. If you know how to use it right, I can
Yeah.
show you different methods of using Gorilla Glue. Did you know if you combine cloth and Gorilla Glue, it becomes as hard as wood?
Yeah, I've actually heard somebody say that you can take the pinto beans bags and you can
Yeah,
cut, like that fibery pinto bean bag shit.
yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen
You
that
can
done.
cut that stuff up because it's actually made out of Kevlar, and you can layer it together using adhesive, and you can make body armor using just sheets of Kevlar and either Gorilla Glue or Flex Seal or whatever you got. Like you can layer those stuff, and you can make homemade ballistic armor out of it.
A lot of stuff you can do, but having a good adhesive. For example, I've made darts
Yeah.
with my adhesives I've done.
Well,
Now
we're
another thing you can get that's really good for wrapping things. When
yeah.
let's say for making darts, just like I've done, like slingshot darts. I've made my own slingshot dart. Is really good stuff. Is you can buy this at the dollar store, and this is really good stuff. You can buy it. It's simple. Dental floss.
Yeah. Hey, do you see what I
Um,
have on screen?
yeah. I can't. There's a delay. I'm sorry. I was recharging my phone a little bit.
It's all right. I got this funny meme on screen that I made like a while ago.
Yeah.
I asked ChatGPT to generate like a Gadsden flag snake, and it did it incorrectly. Like
Yeah.
it didn't make it correctly at all. And so I went into Microsoft Paint and I added "Don't tread on Skibbity on God, yo." And so I made a Gen Z Gadsden flag. Yeah, it's basic. And I just accidentally made it. I was just bored one day, and I'm like, man, this looks like some cringy Gen Z Gadsden flag. Like, let me put "Don't tread on Skibbity on God, yo."
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny. What is anybody talking about the Skibbity toilet thing? Is that even a thing anymore?
I never really watched anything like that. I was like, it's a weird thing.
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
never either. Look, I mean, the crazy thing is the kids that are into that shit, they don't even know what Gary's Mod is, let alone
no.
Half-Life 2. So, Half-Life
Yeah.
2 had to exist for Gary's Mod to exist, for the Skibbity
Yeah.
shit to exist. And it's
Yeah.
like they're making a movie of Skibbity Toilet now. It's becoming a feature
Okay.
film. And it's like,
Oh boy.
well, hold on a second. How come we can't get Half-Life 3? How the fuck are we
How
getting
come we
a
can't get a feature film with the back rooms? I want to
No,
see
how
that.
are we getting a Skibbity Toilet movie but we're not getting a Half-Life 3? It doesn't make sense. Like if you're going to make a Skibbity Toilet movie, you need to pay Valve and you need to pay Gary's Mod or really Valve because that's what Gary's Mod was made off of. And then you need to use that money to make Half-Life 3.
Oh yeah.
I mean they need to sue these people for copyright infringement. I mean, come on, like
Yeah.
how you've made a multi-billion dollar or it's not billion, but a serious multi-million dollar industry you've made out of a toilet joke using Half-Life 2 assets, and we got to wait 20 years for Half-Life 3? It's insane to me, bro. I don't understand. It it seems
Well,
like
I,
we're
I
just
don't
getting
know anything
fucked
about
with.
Half-Life. I never see. I'm late Gen X. Okay.
Yeah.
For example, when these people talk about furries,
Oh
that's
yeah,
something that
furries.
wasn't even around in my time.
So,
Didn't exist.
we got a Newgrounds user that was in the chat. I wonder if the Newgrounds user that was in my chat remembers that there was a guy on Newgrounds, and his username was Hot Action Yif Fur.
Yeah.
Do you know what Yif is?
No.
I don't know what Yif is either. It has something to do with that furry shit. I know that, and I know Yif used to be like a meme. Yiff.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not really. Things. That was before my time. It sounds weird.
It
It
does
just
sound
really
weird,
does.
and I don't even know what it is. Let me ask ChatGPT what the definition of Yif. What is Yif? Yif is a slang term that originated in the furry community. It generally refers to sexual content or an activity involving anthropomorphic animal characters. Cartoonish
Uh,
animals with human traits like walking upright, talking, or having human-like personalities. It's used in erotic artwork, role-play stories involving such Yif character. Anyways, ChatGPT gave me a definition. So basically, it's the average Redditor, the average person that uses Reddit all day. This is what they're into. They're into
I don't even
furry
use. Oh, boy.
animal woman.
Yeah, that's a little bizarre in my
That's the,
opinion. It's
yeah, that's their thing.
like dogs. I like here's the thing. I use a lot of wolf iconography, right? But people think I'm a furry because I kind of do the werewolf shtick sometimes. But
Yeah, I mean that's your
I
channel icon, but that's not the same thing as being a furry.
yeah, I know, but
I
got a lot of
guess
trolls saying
I guess they
I got a
like,
lot of trolls saying you a furry. You know what I mean?
yeah,
It's like
because you got an
I was like,
anthropomorphic wolf. It is like a half wolf, half human, but it's a werewolf, so that doesn't really count.
yeah, it's like I can relate. See, I got in my family we have I'll put it this way, we were like a wolf pack, and we got
Yeah.
people in our family where you get us mad enough, we'll black out and put someone in the hospital or the morgue. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I
I
mean, I'm
kind
not gonna
of
lie. Hold on, let me take a piss real quick. It's hard to piss in tactical gear, but I'm about to do it.
okay. I got to use the bathroom myself. Give me one
I'm just
second.
pissing while on stream. Well,
Give me one
guys,
second. I'll be right back.
all right. Well, while I piss and while he pisses, I'm gonna tell you guys something. I wouldn't go out of my way to be a furry, but if a hot werewolf chick, like a wolf girl, like half human, half wolf girl with big titties showed up in here and she wants to fuck, like, I'm not against the idea, but I'm just not gonna go out of my way to do that. That's not like the first thing I'd think about, you know? It's just kind of like if it happened, like we'll cross that bridge when it comes. It hasn't happened yet though, so it's not something I'm sitting here fantasizing about. But like if a werewolf chick, like a half girl, half wolf, like showed up in here, there's no telling what might go down. That's all I'm saying. You know, I'm just letting that be known. Maybe speak that into existence, or maybe a hot alien girl. That I'm into that too. As long as it looks 90% like a human, I'm not really. My penis is not racist. Let me put it that way. I've been accused of being a racist, but one part of my body that is not racist is my penis. I'll freely and openly admit it. I'm not going to sit here and lie. You know what I mean? And
All right. Sabrina's asked me to do the how. It's
okay.
become a
Oh
part of my
shit,
shtick.
this is bad timing.
Sorry.
Given what I was just talking about, this is bad timing, but go ahead. I do that to my dogs. I had my golden retriever named Bella. She would howl because when she was a puppy, she grew up around a bloodhound, so she would always
Yeah.
like like she'd always go fucking
Yeah.
nuts. So
Yeah. It's become a part of my shtick. The backwoods
yeah.
kind of shtick that I do,
So I want to give a
We all
shout
have our
out to
gimmick.
the people that have been watching this for hours.
Thank you.
We got diehard fans here. The fact that people have actually watched this shit for 3 hours. This ridiculous stream. People actually watch this crap. And it's amazing. You guys actually have been watching this for hours. I mean, we're not that interesting. Not really.
If you wanted to, you could actually add me to your StreamYard, so I can
Well,
recharge my phone.
I don't have a StreamYard. I Focus Trip does my StreamYards, which is cool because he has like 70,000 subscribers. So when I go on Focus Trip streams, whenever I want to be on a big ass panel with a bunch of random hairy dudes, I do it with Focus Trip. And so like last time I went on there, it was he had what's it called? He had Forgotten Weapons was on there. He had Trench Grenade on there, and I talked to all the big YouTubers. Like really, I have a pretty good relationship with some of these bigger channels. That's something a lot of people don't know. I mean, if you check on my streams, like I've done collabs with some pretty big channels. People don't realize it. Like a lot of people take me seriously. A lot of important people take me seriously. Including ex Delta Force Del Comstock. I mean, he's giving me my props. I mean, this is not my channel is not a shitty small channel. It's a very
Most of the time,
good
I
small
do a lot
channel.
of outdoor stuff, just some regular hillbilly stuff, and then I put in some self-defense stuff, like some basic stuff you can do. It's just common sense kind of stuff. I don't claim to be like military or nothing, just some common sense things you can do in your life. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
from being in bad neighborhoods and being in the backwoods, those two environments, you know?
Well, it was me and Jeremy DeWhite. We were jumping in Fallujah, and you know who Jeremy DeWhite is, the funeral escort service guy?
No, I don't know who he is, but
Yeah, he's the
I have
biggest
had
stolen
several.
valor guy in the world, and
Oh yeah,
he's been
I have
accused of.
had several streamers. I mean, I have had several people on you on in my chat
Yeah.
on my streams ask me, and even the guy that even a guy that was uh even the guy that was just I took a cab with, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
I rode a cab with, asked me if I was a veteran. I keep telling people no, I
Yeah.
never served. And people and you got trolls out there saying thank you for your service. Like, see, I would never do that. I would never do that
Have you guys
because I
seen
have
that
family
video?
members.
You had this guy. I want to watch this. Hold on.
But you got trolls out there saying, "Well, you're black ops, aren't you?"
Okay, you guys got to see this. And
What?
we might lose our copyright for this.
I keep telling people, and I keep telling them I'm not a veteran, but some people say I walk like a veteran.
All right.
I mean, like,
Hold on one
it's like,
second.
Like tent that he, I think, was convicted of, as well as a disorderly conduct charge he pled guilty to before this. So he's got known problems. And what is happening here is somebody started recording because there's a guy right behind the kids that are kind of in the front here. There's a guy in a wheelchair.
We're watching this video right now. This
like
guy's a
American
fucking
flag
genius.
And some veteran patches.
Oh, my mom is
on
calling
his
me.
chair and on his backpack.
Maybe
And
we'll
this
have
guy
my
says
mom
that
on the
he's,
show. No, we're not gonna do
stealing valor, that he's not really a veteran. And so he demands to see his ID. It's kind of hard to hear, but you're going to hear him say that. Give me your ID. I want to see your ID. We have three different angles on this. We have audio to go with it. Let's listen in.
All right, watch this, guys. Watch this.
All right, show me your ID. Show me your ID.
This is an example of like a retard that wants to like impose his will on people and thinks that it doesn't understand basic concepts of reality. And this guy really is a veteran. That's the funny thing. He's accusing him of stolen valor, and he's really a veteran. And he rips the patch off of the suitcase. And the veteran's a dummy because he pulls out an airsoft gun that looks like a real gun to try to intimidate this guy.
Somebody call 911.
Someone called 911. Pulled a gun out on me. And this guy's not in like immediate danger. Now watch this shit. Watch this shit, guys. Look at this ridiculous shit. He just like whips out a gun. Scares all the women and children there. It's all right, everybody. I mean, he shoots this guy in broad daylight. Like, what the hell? Show me your ID. It's like you just shot this guy. You're still asking him about his freaking ID.
Show me your ID.
And he really is a veteran.
Gun on me. Pull a fucking gun on me.
And so, guys, I mean, the moral of the story is, bro, this guy is a dweeb, bro. And look, like,
I thought that was a real gun he shot him with.
Yeah, I mean, he shot him with a real gun, but the veteran pulled a BB gun. So this is why you, like, don't bring a BB gun to a gunfight, okay? But I just want to say, like, bro, this guy that shot the guy in the wheelchair, he's a fucking dweeb, man. Like, do you think a Navy SEAL cares about this guy in this wheelchair? No, nobody's going to care. Like, it's always some guy that scrubbed toilets in a Navy ship or something. Like that's the guy chasing around people in the shopping mall. Like, I don't think you're a real veteran. It's stolen valor. And this hunting down every last homeless person that's doing the stolen valor thing, bro, this shit's gotten so out of hand. And it's just led up to this point, bro, where you got this dweeb that shot this guy, and the dude that he shot was actually a veteran. I mean, like, this shit has so, like, this is some grade A dweeb behavior. It really is. Like, this is the most dweebish fucking, like, this guy is probably, this guy reminds me of, like, your average militant Reddit user. He's got the fucking weird hipster hat on. You know, like the coffee shop hat those guys wear? Like the beret or whatever the fuck. The weird hat those guys wear. Yeah, he's got the look, bro. He looks like a Portlander. You know?
Yeah, very much so. This is the only hat I wear most of the time.
Especially.
Yeah, I'm talking about that weird hat that only old men wear, but now hipsters are wearing it. I forgot what it's called. It's like a beret
it's
or
basically
something.
it comes from Europe. I forget the name of the hat, but it's
But
it's supposed to be an out.
There, listen, that right there is the end of the stolen valor thing. Chasing people around, screaming stolen valor, trying to rip patches off of their jackets and shit. That shit's over with now. It just is. And listen, that shit should have never began, bro. If somebody's stealing valor, you contact your local law enforcement and then they deal with it. That's not, nobody deputized this fucker to show me your ID. Bro, this guy's not a cop. You can't, like, demand people show your ID, bro. It doesn't work like that. If you suspect somebody is stealing valor, you can contact law enforcement. But you literally ripping this shit off this dude's suitcase. This dude made an ass of himself in public and shot this person, and now he's probably going to prison. So, for those of you out there that are veterans, please don't do this stupid shit. I'm speaking directly to whoever is a veteran listening to this, bro. Please do not do this stupid ass shit. Do not be like this guy, okay? Because this dude ended up shooting a fellow veteran, showing his ass in public. And I bet you he feels really stupid now, because it turns out that the man that he shot really is a veteran. So now he's going to prison for no fucking reason. So please, stop chasing people around, ripping patches off of their jacket, beating people up, whatever, accusing people of stolen valor. That shit is cringy behavior. And you never see a Navy SEAL doing that shit. It's only these fucking weirdos.
I got people asking me if I'm a veteran, and I keep telling them no.
Yeah.
I mean, and they think that, and I've had people on, I don't know what it is. It's my look. I mean, it's the way I look, maybe.
It's always some toilet scrubber. It's some Navy toilet scrubber, bro. That's the guy that chases people around talking about stolen valor. The valor of what, bro? You scrub toilets.
Yeah.
An actual Navy SEAL will see a homeless person dressed as a veteran and will ignore that shit and hold on. OBS just disconnected.
This is why when I do wear camo, I usually wear the woodland kind of hunting camo.
Well, I mean, if you want to wear multicam, wear multicam. Like, these people are acting crazy, bro. Like, you're not allowed to wear multicam or something.
Most of the time, I prefer the woodland camo because it's my environment. It's closer to where I am.
I mean, I don't personally like multicam just because there's better patterns. You got ATAX IX, you got Cryptek Mandrake, you got the Pencott patterns. There's stuff that's way better than multicam.
Well, I don't know about those patterns. Maybe I might get.
I mean, I got a lot of that stuff, and then I make my own custom patterns that I sell on my site. But
definitely,
all I'm saying is, it's always the Navy toilet scrubber guy that chases these people around talking about stolen valor. Oh, you didn't earn that. But an actual Navy SEAL could walk past. I'm telling you, bro, an actual Navy SEAL could walk past one of these homeless people and just ignore it. Like, okay, yeah, he's stealing valor. Who cares? Like, I'm telling you, that's how a real Navy SEAL or Green Beret would react to that shit. Do you think a Green Beret is going to chase a homeless man around the Starbucks parking lot? No. A real special forces guy is not going to act like that. They got better shit to do. You think somebody like Chris Kyle or somebody like Marcus Luttrell or somebody like even Michael Tubbs or Dale Comstock or
definitely.
or Shrek Shrek McPhee or fucking Valhalla VFT, or you think anybody like that is gonna like chase a homeless man around the Starbucks parking lot because he's pretending to have been a war veteran to get a free discount at Starbucks? Get the fuck out of here, bro. The veteran that does that is some kind of Navy toilet scrubber, and he's offended.
I don't know anybody. I don't know any veteran who would ever go to Starbucks.
That's what I mean, bro. It's usually the type of veteran that is probably some kind of left winger anyway. Like this incident normally happens. This type of shit usually goes down in Washington, like Seattle or Portland, Oregon. Usually it's some kind of liberal, some kind of mall ninja that probably got like a general discharge and scrubbed toilets for a couple years, but he wasn't very good at it. And he probably had like a psychological breakdown, so he got a general discharge. He's probably a mental patient, probably on VA benefits, right?
Oh, yeah.
So he's got nothing to do but hunt down homeless people that are pretending to be veterans. It's cringy. It's these mental patient, general discharge guys that got low ASVAB scores. That's who does this type of shit. It's not a good look. You got a guy like
me who basically has trolls saying thank you for your service all the time.
Yeah, I mean, but it's like these people, these stolen valor people, and half the time the people they chase down really are veterans.
Yeah.
Like in this case, the guy that got shot, literally a veteran. So I hope that incident is going to kill that shit for good. Because I remember one time when I was in Republic of Florida militia, me and all my guys were wearing multicam, and this guy wanted to start a fight with us, and it's like, bro, get the fuck out of here. You telling us we can't wear multicam? Who the fuck are you? Get the fuck out of here. And that, like, we had an interaction. We had an interaction like that, bro. We had a guy tell us we weren't allowed to wear multicam. Like, who the fuck are you, bro? You didn't earn that. Me and my brothers wore that. And it's like, wait a second. You're in the Navy. You're telling me you wore multicam? Because then he whipped out his ID. Look, here's my ID. I get VA benefits. I had a general discharge. I keep my DD-214 in my backpack. It's like, wait a second. You just told me that you wore this and you're in the Navy. You didn't wear multicam in the Navy, bro. You're stealing valor. You literally just lied to me about what pattern you wore. I mean, it's like, this shit is cringe, bro. And please, if there's any veterans listening to this, I beg of you, please do not chase random homeless people around because they wear multicam or something. Please. It's so cringy.
It is.
You know? And that's all I got to say about that. Trench Grenade is a chode. That's what Stuart Remington's saying. Trench Grenade is, I don't know, he's kind of a funny guy, but he's got kind of like a baby face, doesn't he? You know what I mean? I don't know if I don't know who
any of these people are, but
I don't know if I'd want to fight in the trenches with Trench Grenade.
I do follow a lot of survivalist channels. I followed Bone Tactical. I know him. I follow him.
Bone Tactical is one of these Gray Man Theory mall ninjas. He's one of these people that totally ignores criminal psychology. He totally ignores the stimuli that criminals actually respond to. So my main principal issue with Bone Tactical is I think Bone Tactical knows full well that criminals respond to lights, tactical gear, a show of force. This is what Bone Tactical seems to refuse to acknowledge. This is what scares criminals. This is what security guards wear. This is what police wear. This is what militias wear. And this is what actually deters criminals from doing the shit that they do. So he pushes this Gray Man Theory, which is meant for espionage, like CIA operators operating behind enemy lines. This shit doesn't fucking apply to people trying to take their neighborhoods back from criminals. It's irrelevant. It's
Yeah.
not applicable. And so he's misapplying gray man theory and treating it like a orthodoxy, a universal concept. And gray man theory has a very specific use case. It's for insurgency operations. It's for intelligence gathering. It's for going behind enemy lines. It's for stuff like that. Sabotage. That's what gray man theory is for. It's not for permissive environments where you're dealing with criminals. And so he's misapplying gray man theory and treating it like a universal concept. It's not.
Oh yeah. Sabrina, yeah, I follow Black Scout too. I had to respond to her.
Black Scout Survival, I'm going to tell you what my issue with him, bro. Black Scout Survival is like schizo. He sees patterns everywhere, and he says really, really, really schizo things.
Okay.
That's my main issue with Black Scout Survival, is he's absolute schizo. Total schizo. You know, he thinks that there's drones everywhere, and some of what he says is correct, right? And don't get me wrong, bro. I just dated a schizophrenic person. Nicole was a schizo, and sometimes a broken clock is right twice a day. Sometimes a schizo will be right. Sometimes a schizo will really see.
I know the cadence of his voice. I know a schizo. My mother was schizophrenic. So
I don't think he's literally schizo.
I know the cadence of a voice of a schizo.
Well, I don't think all schizos have the same cadence. I think, and I'm not saying Black Scout is literally schizo, but I'm saying he's schizo in the sense of seeing patterns in everything. That's what I'm saying.
I get that. I get that.
I like Black Scout Survival's videos. I don't like his streams. If that makes any sense. His videos are great. His streams are entertainment. He goes into rabbit holes. He makes conspiracy theories up that he just pulls out of a hat.
I would say stay away from TAC Fam, like TAC Fam. That they're a little loopy too. TAC Fam. I was in that. They wanted an air gun militia, which was really
I'm gonna
weird.
I'm gonna tell you exactly why I spaz out, why I spurg out on this channel, why I say crazy shit on this channel, and why I act like a cringy little chud fuck nugget. Why I act so weird on this channel sometimes. Because the algorithm rewards my weirdness. It rewards my autistic outburst and my fucking weirdness. And it keeps things interesting. And if it wasn't for that, I would have to become a conspiracy theorist. I would have to say random conspiracy theory shit with a straight face to keep things interesting. But instead of doing that, I don't want to do that because it's dishonest. It's deceitful. It's not a good way, to do things. So instead, I say outrageous shit. Yeah.
You don't want to live in fear for the rest of your life. That's not how you want to do things.
And some of these channels are victims of their own propaganda. I don't think Black Scout is like. I think the algorithm has fucked with him, bro. There comes a point where you get so good at YouTube that you no longer think like a regular person, you think like the algorithm. A lot of the people have gotten so good at YouTube. There's a feature in YouTube when you go into your YouTube studio called Inspiration, and it literally tells you what to make videos about and what your audience is interested in. Have you seen that feature?
No, I have not.
Yeah, this takes the algorithmic data of what your viewers are already watching, and it gives you video ideas that it generates using AI. This is a feature.
Have you ever heard
the reason
of,
this is 1 second. The reason this is so disturbing is you have content creators making content based on what the algorithm is telling them to make now with that feature. So it's no longer about at what point does the users end and the content creator end, and it's literally the algorithm kind of takes on a life of its own. It's strange. You have this weird feedback loop between the audience and the algorithm. And the human spirit has been debased by this Freudian, Jungian repetition compulsion feedback loop. The compulsion to repeat the trauma. Those that know Carl Jung and Sigmund Freud will be familiar with this. But
Here's
in
the
layman's
thing,
terms, it's a never-ending circle jerk of rage and
there was a
fury.
sermon my pastor was talking about everyone, panicking over recent Charlie Kirk events and and getting angry and the thing is, he told me what Jesus said about certain things.
Is it possible that a random spurg took Grandpa's hunting rifle and killed Charlie Kirk because he was a loser and he wanted attention? I think that's entirely possible. It doesn't have to be a huge conspiracy theory. A random spurg that learned how to hunt when he was a teenager, that knows how to make long shots, shot Charlie Kirk. Is it possible that there's no big conspiracy theory? Like, what you see is what you get. You got a random skinny loser that can't get a girlfriend. He's probably got more attention now than he's ever had from women.
He had somewhat of a girlfriend. He had a tranny. He was dating a tranny.
Well, that's not a real girlfriend. But fuck it. I guess he'll be happy in prison because they got those in there. So I guess he's set for life, And he'll have real women riding him too, He's gonna have his little fangirls.
I think he's gonna be the tranny in there.
Yeah, he might become the tranny in there. Come to think of it, but and the Aryan Brotherhood wants to kill him, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. I know if he was in Florida, the Unforgiven prison gang would be on his ass. I know the Unforgiven is mad at him, but the state he's in, I'm pretty sure that's an Aryan Brotherhood state. Well, no. In Utah, they have, let's see, Soldiers of Aryan Culture, and they have the Silent Aryan Warriors. That's the two gangs that are in Utah. Those are the two prison gangs there. So it's not ABs, but that's the equivalent to ABs. And of course, they have some ABs there as well.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure they're going to poke him up in there. I think they're going to stab him just to make an example.
Oh yeah, and I heard that the guy who stabbed the black guy who stabbed with her name hard to pronounce, Arutska, is the AB has it in for him.
He's got a hit out on him. The Aryan Brotherhood has a hit out on him, and really, you'd be surprised how many different prison gangs, even black prison gangs, want to kill that guy. Because the way they see it, a lot of militant, even the rapper DaBaby made a song about how messed up it was. He actually made a song about it. There's actually a lot of black people that want to kill that guy because they feel like he's set back American race relations a decade. So, I mean, a lot of people have it out for that guy. So I don't think he'll do well in prison. A lot of black guys want to kill that guy because he set back American race relations 10 years.
And the fact that he killed an innocent woman doesn't make him...
Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people want to off that guy. And the fact that he's a high profile, I'm not gonna lie, a regular guy that kills a woman is not gonna be preyed upon in prison just for that, really, because they have people that kill people in prison. That's just what it is. But if you're a high profile serial killer that killed women, somebody's gonna want to stick it in you just because somebody's gonna want to stab you just because you're high profile, and you'll get on the news for being the guy that stabbed this guy. And you'll get women riding you and stuff. You know what I mean? So, the guy that stabbed Derek Chauvin literally just did it because he was hoping women would ride him.
Yeah.
It didn't work. I don't think any woman rode him, but I mean, the men in there want men to ride. The men in there want women to ride them, and they feel like if they stab somebody like Brian Kohberger, perfect example. So if you're a relatively good-looking guy and you look good in your mugshot, you might be like, man, I got 30 years to do. I'm not going home anyway. Let me stab Brian Kohberger, and then, women are going to write me. That's literally, how these people are thinking. You become a target in there if you have a high-profile case, and if the public hates you. You know.
Yeah.
Poor girl left a war-torn country. This is what Sabrina's saying. Poor girl left a war-torn country to live and got messed up in Georgia. Was it in Georgia? I thought she was in New York.
I think it was in Charlotte.
Yeah.
I'll put it this way. The girl was not used to how things were in America. I think the biggest thing that was problem was she was a newly found immigrant. She didn't understand the culture. You know what I mean? She didn't understand how things worked here. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I will say,
danger.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
I will say this: she was pretty oblivious to her surroundings, but I also think there's an element of wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah.
You know, because I mean, if she had boarded this train, I think it was, at a different time, she'd still be alive. But the problem is there's ticking time bomb scenarios lurking in the darkness, and a little bit of situational awareness can prevent that. And if she had that, and I hate to blame the victim, but it's just the truth, had she had more awareness of what was going on around her, there's a very good chance she'd still be alive.
There'd be no way I would let that guy at my back. No
and apparently
way. Can I plug some channels?
Just had a disconnect, so okay, now you can go
I
ahead.
want to plug DK Spencer. I want to plug Black Powder Papa.
DK Spencer and Black Powder Papa?
Yeah.
Are these other small channels?
Well, DK Spencer is pretty big. I'm surprised. I also want to plug and this is a big channel, but Airgun Airgun Alley.
I'm not going to tell you what to do. But I think we should only plug other small channels for the most part.
Okay, DK Spencer's okay. He's DK Spencer, Black Powder Papa's pretty small. Also I'll plug Aberdozy. He's basically a Scottish channel where he talks about Scottish bushcraft and the Scottish weapons, like from the Middle Ages and stuff like that.
Yeah. Stuart is logging off for the night.
Okay, see you.
He's very annoyed by your verbal tics, apparently.
Oh, weep. I don't care.
Our top fans are Sabrina, Crazy Times, Anal Prolapse. What the hell? That's a weird name.
Must be a
Even
Boydster.
Graham.
Okay. I got involved with a community called the Boyd, and they're a bunch of trolls.
Miles the Scope.
Okay, you got the Boyd trolls in here.
Bill Botanica, Disgruntled, Joe's Front Longer, Edgelord, T-Roo, Joseph Coxon,
you got
Thomas
the Boyd
Jefferson,
trolls in here.
Mr.
The Boyd has
Blackman.
discovered your channel. You're going to get a lot more trolls in here now.
We got the based black man, Mr. Blackman. He's black. Based black man.
Yeah.
Any black person subscribed to JordanJJereb is automatically you get the based black guy award.
Yeah.
If you're a black guy that subscribed to me, you're automatically the most based black guy ever. Like there's a spectrum of based black guys. This is like a regular black guy that voted for Trump. It's pretty based.
Yeah.
And then like way up on the ceiling there, that's the most based one right there. Like I just hit the ceiling with the can just to demonstrate how based. Like that's a quantum leap of based. I'm talking about so based. If I could have thrown it through the ceiling, I would have.
Okay.
Like, that's quantum
I got a few
based.
jokes in my yeah.
Yeah.
You mind if I tell a joke? You mind if I tell a joke?
As long as it's not directed toward my based black audience.
No, it's not.
Super based.
This is a good one. It's a funny story, but I did stand up comedy for a night. So I grew up in a like a dysfunctional family.
Yeah.
Blue collar family. So you find the humor in everything.
Okay.
And or you go insane.
Okay.
So Okay, this one night, my brother, we're at an apartment. My brother and his friends were smoking cigarettes and watching television, and I was in the dining area of the apartment. And
Uh-huh.
we get a knock at the door, and this big woman, I'm talking about big woman, fat woman named Gail.
Well,
Now,
they're fun.
this woman had
The
this
fat
woman
ones
had
are the best
kinkles,
ones.
right? This one, yeah, but this woman had kinkles, right? And she looked like Big
Kinkles.
Bertha. I'm talking like she was older, more haggard, you could say. And it's like she was in her 40s, but she was like, she comes into the room. She comes into the room. I can't make this up. She proclaims the entire room. I need something to lift me up. She
Oh
said that.
shit. She's asking for that one. You need a
And
somebody
I
probably
said
made a
with a
crane
smile,
reference. Okay, we'll go get a crane.
I said with a smile on my face, with a bigger, sorry, Gail, I don't have forklift.
Well, I mean a crane would be if you really wanted to be raunchy, you'd say, "I'm sorry, we don't have a crane here.
I know.
We don't have a hydraulic heavy duty hydraulic crane."
Oh yeah, everyone started laughing at that joke. She started crying, and my dad had to be the one to comfort her. You still love me. 5 minutes later, after she left, it's like,
Yeah.
because of Johnson, I had talked that fat bitch all night.
Yeah. Yeah,
My
we love
dad,
our we love our fat girls though. Fat girls are great.
yeah,
If there's
fat
any
girls are great, but you got to have a sense of humor. You got to learn to
Yeah.
laugh at yourself. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
We listen.
Mind you, I was young when I said that. I was
Yeah.
basically young, and I was not trying to be mean. You
Yeah.
know what I
Listen, when we're
mean?
young and we don't know what titty fucking is, sometimes we say mean things to fat girls. But then as we get older and we mature
Well,
and we learn what titty fucking is, we start being nicer to them because you know because the texture between the two is so nice. It's such a good feeling. My happy place is right there between the. Never mind. We don't need to go into this. But I just want if there's any fat girls in the audience, I just want you to know that from the bottom of my heart, I have nothing against you. And as a matter of fact, my happy place is right there between. Let me get
I
between
love my
there.
chubby chicks too.
Yeah,
Don't get me
yeah.
wrong. I've dated a lot of chubby. But the point is that I cracked a joke a little bit. It got
Yeah,
laughs. Basically, I wasn't being mean per se. I was just like trying to be funny.
yeah,
And apparently it hit a soft spot with her. I
yeah,
learned something. Women are more sensitive than men, and to certain jokes,
yeah.
you know.
Oh, Sabrina thought that joke was funny. That's
But
good.
yeah,
Yeah, because I think we
I
lost a
know.
couple. I think we lost a couple people with that. They're like, "Ew, Jereb's talking about what he likes to do to fat girls." Well, I mean, it's my
Bad big
thing.
girls need loving too, you know.
Yeah, look, bro. I mean, it's 1 a.m. now, and
Okay.
listen, you guys were asking for it, bro. You're still on this stream at 1 a.m. Of course, I'm gonna talk about tit fucking and stuff. You're watching JordanJJereb Sunday night at 1 a.m. Yeah, we're talking about tit fucking fat girls. Yeah. You stay on any longer, we're probably going to talk about the stuff that gets all over their neck and stuff. Yeah, we're going to take it there. If this stream's going to get weirder and weirder the later it gets. It's probably
So you're in
why.
Florida, right?
Huh?
What about alligators? Do you have to deal with alligators in Florida?
Yeah, we got alligators here. We got a lot of them, I mean, I ride my alligator to work every morning. So I'm gonna tell you. Hold on, let me let OBS has to reconnect. So I'm gonna tell you how I start my morning. Every morning, I put the saddle on my alligator. I ride my alligator to work. But on the way to work, I stop by Publix and I get a Publix sub, a Cuban Publix sub. Like the Cuban Publix
Okay.
sandwiches they got, and I get one of those. And then as I'm riding my alligator, I pick oranges straight from the tree. as I'm riding my alligator, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I I just and occasionally my alligator steps in human poop. There's human fecal matter all over the alligator road. We have a designated road just for those of us that ride alligators, right? And from a very young age, us Florida guys were taught how to ride alligators. Riding alligators is a very big part of our tradition. People say that I'm a liar. They say, "Oh, that's AI generated. You don't really ride alligators." It's not AI generated. For real, these are real pictures of us riding alligators. You think this is a joke? People say it's AI generated. No, my pet alligator, his name is Steve, and every morning I'm picking oranges from the trees, and I park my alligator, and he just stays there. You don't got to tie him off or anything. He'll just stay there till you're back, right? And instead of like a car alarm, if anybody tries to burglarize my alligator, because he's got the saddlebags, you know, he'll just bite.
Doesn't alligator got teeth?
Yeah, he just bites whoever tries to steal. So, alligators are cool. And I got a talking alligator. He talks. But he only talks when you eat mushrooms for some reason. If you eat mushrooms, he talks. But if you don't eat mushrooms, he's silent. It's strange. But I wanted to share that with everybody. And this is the life of an average guy in Florida. This is very normal in Florida, riding your alligator to work every morning. It's normal.
One of my favorite old shows that take place in Florida is Miami Vice.
Yeah.
Tubbs and Crockett. You probably don't know about that one. I mean, for your time, Miami Vice.
Yeah. 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 Miami Vice.
I'm a big fan of the '80s, so I was a child in the '80s, but it's the last great decade in my opinion. The movies, the television.
Yeah.
You won't see a decade like that no more. Yeah, Hunter's a pretty good show.
Well, guys, I don't know how much longer. We got to wrap this stream up in a couple minutes.
Yeah, let's wrap it up, bro. We've been here
before
for too
we
long.
go. Is there any questions in the chat? Specifically, tit fucking related questions. Any questions about tit fucking?
Sabrina, I love the A-Team. One of my favorite shows.
What type of lubricants you should use, or what kind of? I like the Trojan lubricants, personally. the ones with the warming sensation. Sometimes I mix it with baby oil, and I like I like my woman the way I like my I don't want to do this. I can't do this, guys. I'm sorry. I can't do this no more. All right, so that's it for the night, guys. I appreciate you guys tuning in. We're gonna shamelessly plug the store one last time. Guys, please buy the camouflage merchandise. Definitely. Listen, bro, these my vendor has hijacked me. I've made like $89 this cycle, and they won't pay me my $89 until I've hit the $100 threshold. So I need some people to go to my store and buy some merchandise, and you'll be getting me $100 by doing it. You might spend like $20 on there, and you don't even realize you're making me $100 because these people have hijacked my money.
Oh, yeah.
You
still want to talk after the stream about something?
Yeah, we got to talk about the product development stuff after the stream.
Okay.
Me and Slingshot, we're going to be talking about product development after the stream. And guys, one more time, listen, if a couple people buy merch from me, my vendor will free up the money that they owe me. They've got my money, and they're not going to give me my money until I've made $100 in this cycle. So right now they're rubbing their hands together. They're saying, "Oh, we're not going to give Jereb his money. We're not giving him his money." Rubbing his hand. They're rubbing their hands together. They've got beards. They've got small hats, and we're not going to give Jereb his money. And clearly I'm talking about Brazilians. I don't know who you guys thought I was talking. They're Brazilians, you know. If you
Oh,
guys are
they're
into Sam
goblins.
Hyde.
They're goblins.
Yeah.
They're goblins. Yeah, they got long noses,
Literal
like yellow eyes and
literal
sharp teeth.
vampire potbelly goblins are hobbling around
Yeah.
coming after us. My spirit
Yeah.
gets close to that evil and I feel it go ah ah ah. But yeah, if you listen guys, if you buy just a little bit of merch, we're almost at that $100 threshold to where I can get paid this cycle. A couple bucks will unlock that $100. You'll be giving me $100 and you don't even realize it. My payment threshold is $100 for Fourth Wall. Who's my they're my merchant. They're my merchants. Like the Merchant of Venice, only not that kind of merchant. I'm gonna get deplatformed. We're
At
going
least I
too
got
hard.
you. At least I got you a new weapon to test out.
Listen, everything we just said is satire. Israel is our greatest ally. We love Israel 100%. Don't deplatform us. Please do not kick us off of YouTube. Obviously, Israel is our
don't care what Israel does. I really don't care what
ally
you do.
ever. Yeah.
I'm neutral on this one. I don't care what you do. You know what I mean? It's your country. I don't give a shit.
And they didn't steal that uranium from us. They just borrowed it. Okay? It's called borrowing. Sharing is caring. And when they sunk the USS Liberty, it was the accident. And when they were dancing outside 9/11, they were just happened to be dancing. Okay? I'm tired of this anti-Semitism is rampant. They just listen, the sinking of the USS Liberty was an accident. They just happened to be dancing on 9/11, okay? And the uranium, they didn't steal it from us. They just borrowed it. Enough with the anti-Semitism. It's out of hand, okay? I'm telling you right now, we are against anti-Semitism on this channel. They accidentally sunk the USS Liberty. They just happened to be dancing outside the World Trade Center when 9/11 happened. And the USS Liberty, that was the honest mistake. They accidentally sunk the USS Liberty. Oops! I accidentally sunk a naval ship the other day. It happens, okay?
Mm-hmm.
One day, a couple days ago, I was just walking down the street and I accidentally sunk a USS naval warship. It happens. Enough with the anti-Semitism. We've all got caught dancing during a terror. Who hasn't got caught dancing during a terrorist attack? Occasionally it happens, okay? God, this anti-Semitism is rampant. You know, like, who doesn't accidentally sink a U.S. naval warship sometimes? Accidentally borrow a little too much uranium or get caught. You just happen to be dancing when a terrorist attack happens. You know? I was probably dancing on 9/11, just didn't even know it. You know, it's a coincidence. People keep noticing all these coincidences and pretending that there's some type of pattern. There's not. It's anti-Semites. Anyways, yeah, we love Israel. 100% Jews rock. We love Israel on this channel. This is the most pro-Israel channel on YouTube. Absolutely. They're our greatest ally.
I have an idea. I'm going to tell you after the stream. I have an idea.
Okay. I just wanted to let everybody know that we are the most pro-Israel channel on YouTube. Please do not take us off YouTube. We're just kidding.
Yeah.
Anything bad about Israel that we've said, we're just kidding. We're just fucking kidding. Satire. We don't hate Israel at all. Yeah. Why would anybody hate Israel? What have they done? They haven't done anything wrong.
Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you. But now you've got the boys in your channel.
We're going to end our Chudcast tonight. Thank you for supporting the Chudcast.
Yep.
This Chudcast is sponsored by Chuds Like You. We are presented with limited advertising because this program This program is presented with limited advertising from supported by chuds like you. Chuds supporting chuds is what we need.
Yeah.
You know. Glad you guys had fun tonight. We had a good time. I had too good of a time. You know, I had such a good time that I'm actually in fear of being demonetized. In fear of like losing my channel. That's how good of a time we had. That's a really good time. So the stakes are high. Thank you guys for support. If you haven't liked the video already, make sure to like it. And another way you can support the channel if you're broke is just by watching all my old videos. Watch as many of my old videos as possible. If you're not going to support the channel financially, just do that, and we'll get some of the AdSense profit. Share the videos. Like the videos. Tell everybody about me. Tell your friends about me, especially if they're fat girls with big tits. Make sure you tell them about me, right? All right. JordanJJereb signing off. We'll see you on the next one.